Special stream because my first stream since I got a job. That's what kind of makes me a little more optimistic that for real this time I might be able to stream more because I'm not overwhelmed with guilt of like, oh, I should be doing this and doing that to try to get myself better suited for a job. It's technically a contract job for a year, but they said it's very common for the contract to be renewed for this particular position. So I don't know. I plan on it ending after a year. I don't want to rely on the fact that it might get renewed. So thank you, everyone. Um, and it's a job doing 3D modeling. So I get to spend even more time making models, which I enjoy doing. And it has flexible hours, so I can just get hours in every weekday when I can. Not for a game, it's a for an app company, a really big app company. But for the time being, it's exactly what I need is remote and related to skills I want to be doing professionally. That's really cool. And I know usually when people are like, oh, I got a job, now I won't be able to do anything else because I'll be so occupied with the job. Uh, but they, but because it's flexible in that way that I can just like get hours done whenever during the day and potentially stream more at night, and they don't work on the weekends anyway. I don't know. I've only been doing it for a couple weeks now, and it's going well so far. Um, don't 3D model those trash mobile app games. Yeah, this isn't for a game company. Like I said, it's just for like for an app that does like visualizations of stuff. Pretty cool. Yeah, now I can focus on streaming full time to turn it into a career and then quit my job. And then turns out streaming is not something I want to do. And then I'm back to square one with nothing. No, I don't ever see streaming becoming a thing that I do for a living, especially with how crazy things have been lately. And it's just my type of personality just isn't one that does this every single day and relies on subs and stuff like that. Like I like just picking stuff to play when I'm like, oh, this seems kind of interesting, whatever, I'll stream it. Not someone that's like, oh, I gotta have like a main game that I'm doing. I gotta focus on this and I gotta keep going, keep up with the streams. I gotta keep the viewer count up. I got network. And it's like I just don't ever want to think about all that. For some people it works out great. Some people have the personality for that kind of thing. But for me personally, it's just like I only ever stream when I really want to. I don't ever want to feel like, oh, I have to. Um, oh yeah, the mobile app ads really thirsty. Ugh. Well, whatever gets them the money, I guess. And yeah, it is October 1st. Well, was actually now the second for me, being in Central Time Zone. And October is the best month. And it's been really nice being able to get out and rollerblade. Some of you know I really enjoy biking. And I started getting into rollerblading now too, which is like such a different experience from biking. I like to compare it to like biking, as in bicycling, is more like a lesser car, and rollerblading is more like pedestrian plus. Because bike is a viable way to commute. It's like an efficient non-car way to get from one place to another. Whereas rollerblading, it can get you from one place to another, and some people do commute with them, but it's not really meant to be like a car. It's not meant to be something that efficiently gets you somewhere. Like it's a whole different part of your brain. And you have to just constantly be thinking about what surface you're skating on. Like that's something a big thing I've noticed. Like when I'm on a bike, I really only ever need to notice like am I on some kind of concrete or pavement or am I not? Whereas when I'm rollerblading, I'm like, okay, there are some ridges, there are some weird cobble marks. Like it just like I have to really be careful looking at the ground when I'm rollerblading. I know that kind of thing, like once you get more efficient at it, you don't focus on the ground as much. And I'm trying to get the cadence just right for maximum energy transfer. Like your whole body gets into this. Like with rollerblading, the second you stop focusing on what you're doing, you're in danger. Where even though like being on a bike is similar where it's like, okay, you are still in a lot of danger because you're just a person, riding some wheels and just losing your balance could lead to serious injury. But on a bike, your weight is still just you're sitting on something, you're coasting. You don't have to actively think about balancing that much when you're on a bike. Whereas when you're rollerblading, it's like, holy crap, like I have to constantly be keeping track of where both my legs are. And you're not doing the same motion all the way through. You're constantly changing your leg position. You're moving your body, leaning down, leaning forward, leaning side to side. And oh, yeah. And like leaves and stuff can get caught up in the wheels. There's a lot of factors to consider, but my experience so far has been really good. And what keeps me going, keeps me pushing myself to do it better, is that rollerblading has one just skating as a whole, roller skating, skateboarding, just that whole kind of thing has really benefited from the modern technology of like GoPros and really nice equipment that is affordable because like skateboard culture and all that really spread because of all the people who were filming themselves doing cool things. And these days it's like wow, you can get a GoPro with like a wide angle lens and you can get a like selfie stick that has auto stabilization features and you can get really good looking video for minimal effort and it's affordable. And there's so many good YouTubers that not only teach you how to rollerblade and all that, but just have make really breathtaking videos that just make you think, God, I wish. And that's kind of what kept me going too. I just watch other people do it really well. Like someday I'll be that. And with rollerblading too, you can kind of be among crowds of people and safer. Like on a bike, it's always like, oh, you should never be around, never be on the sidewalk, never be around pedestrians because you're really dangerous, which is true. But rollerblading, you're never getting at such high speeds where you are a huge threat. You're still a threat to people, but it's a lot easier to just because you're standing upright. You take up the same amount of room as a person, so you can just walk around as a person if you need to in a situation. And yeah, it has been making my body ache in places that I never knew could ache. Sounds weird out of context, but it's just that it's like the posture that you take when you're rollerblading, you're kind of like you're hunched over a little bit because your center of balance is in a weird position and you're using all of your leg muscles all the way from your back to your thighs and all the way down and you're using way more of your leg muscles. So like after a really long walk, uh, you feel different compared to really long rollerblade sessions because so much more of your legs are being used. Hard to explain, but I recommend it and it's coming back because what always happens is things that were old things become cool again after about 20 years. And there's a video that explains this, but rollerblading first got popular back in like the late 70s, early, and then like through the 80s, and then it kind of died at the end of the 90s. And it was because, well, one of the main reasons is that skateboarding was marketed so hard towards the youth, and big companies were trying to downplay rollerblading so that people would buy into skateboarding. Then skateboarding became the cool thing that everyone wanted to do. And they had like the X Games, and there was like a pivotal moment where people say like this is the death of rollerblading was when the X Games had their first year not including anyone using any kind of inline skates or rollerblades or anything, and then they started including a lot more skateboarding. You're like, oh, that's it. It's no longer cool to roller skate or rollerblade or any of that. And then it was dead for many years, but it's starting to come back because it's been a little over 20 years. That's like the rule for things to be cool. And there's just a lot of companies making them these days. There's a lot of variety. They're made out of a lot better materials, and I recommend checking it out. Like, don't let the image of it hurt you. Like, there was a lot of like weird stigmas around rollerblading for a long time, and it was just so dumb. It's just stupid kids trying to make others feel bad about liking something that they don't like. I know people talk about like Heelys and stuff like that, but really, when you have a dedicated boot that it has a hard shell that encases your entire foot and ankle area, that's the most efficient way to go about doing this kind of thing because it's like you need the large, soft wheels to be able to soften material that you're rolling over, and you need your ankle be securely put in place. Because if you were to try to go miles and Heelys with tiny wheels, I know Heelys aren't meant, they're kind of just like a fun little thing. They're not meant to commute. But just kind of for comparison, that there's a reason that they're big, hard plastic boots that you wear for rollerblading. Um, you laugh because skateboarding is for hip young kids and only grandpa's rollerblade is what I grew up with. I know it's like such a generational thing. Most of all of the rollerblading videos you see are like dudes in their mid to late 30s, like people who were really into it in the 90s, and now it's coming back. And all the comments on videos are older people who have kids and stuff like, "Oh yeah, my kids moved out, and I was thinking about getting back into rollerblading again." So I think it'll start with that. And when I go out rollerblading, I do see other people around my age, like I'm 34, other people who are starting to get into it. And there was even someone that looked like they're in the early 20s that I saw out my window the other day, blading it up. And roller skates, sometimes called quads, are coming back too as kind of a, like those are even older than rollerblades. Uh, those are coming back also, but those are more of they're meant to be an indoor thing. You can do them outdoors, but they're more about tricky movements, um, kind of being fancy. I'm explaining it bad. They're not really meant to go long distances or to do stuff outside. They usually have hard plastic wheels, which are a sign that something's designed for either indoor or special case like doing tricks. There's aggressive skates, which are a type of rollerblade that have hard plastic wheels that are small. And that's for doing like grinding on rails and going over jumps and stuff. The ones I have are called freestyle skates or urban skates, which don't have any kind of heel brake. You just use different positioning of your legs to slow down and speed up and all that. And you do things like power slides and different things to do that. And they're kind of mid-sized wheels. There's four of them, and they're a balance between um, high speed professional speed skaters and indoor harder types of skate. Well, anyway, I could talk about that. Yeah, new midlife crisis activity. Hey, it's an athletic thing. If it's getting older people out and being physical, I'm all for it. And also rollerblade. is a brand, kind of like Kleenex, Frisbee, Rollerblade, yeah, is an actual company name. So they're technically inline skates because the wheels are all in line compared to roller skating, which are four wheels that are in a square pattern. Um, and it's not as scary as they look. Everyone is always like, oh God, I'm going to immediately fall over and break every bone in my body. I mean, if you're on flat ground and you're near grass, even just starting on grass is a good way to start. I have a room that has a hard wooden floor. So I started in here where I am right now, just doing basic, just standing, sitting down and like crouching down. And there's just stuff you can do to ease you into it. Yeah, they're really bad at cutting things. Don't be fooled by the blade named. Yeah, I can imagine infomercial introducing the rollerblade. Throw out that pizza cutter. The rollerblade's here for your kids' parties. And you wear them on your feet, and someone's standing up on pizza with rollerblades on cutting pizza. I'm cool. Rollerblading was fun. You haven't done it since the 90s. Yeah. Oh, yeah. And ice skating. I actually ice skated more recently than the last time I ever rollerbladed. When I first rollerbladed, I was like 12. And then ice skating, I did just like 6 years ago or something. I want to get back into ice skating too, but there's a lot more opportunities to rollerblade compared to ice skate. Okay. Um, So what I like getting into the habit of doing are writing down a bunch of things that could be interesting to talk about on screen. Because a lot of you know, and I can actually see there's a bunch of folks watching right now of names that I don't recognize. So I really appreciate not only people who are here right now who I recognize, but all the new people who are hanging out too. Like it's weird. I'll just get like a follow on Twitch out of nowhere. Like, where did people come from? I think a lot of people got here from my Hondo video on YouTube. It's cool. Also, my Discord has had a lot of new people in there as well. Good to see that activity go up. My plan for tonight is I'm gonna do one round of mini motorways because I still really enjoy that game. Cool little, it's like a survival city builder in a very minimal aesthetic and has generative music, reacts to what you're doing. Do one round of that, which will usually just takes like 15 minutes, and then I'm going to play Exo One, a game that came out a little over a year ago, where you play a tiny little sort of alien-looking spacecraft, and you just fly through all kinds of fantastical space and other planets. Apparently, it has really good music. It's just that's just like a couple hours long. I'll probably get through the whole thing. I like playing all the way through games if I can, even if it means a long stream. I'm so bad, as Roy in chat knows, so bad at returning to games that I only partially get through. Uh, and some ideas for future streams. Not only did I have a good response from it, but it was a lot of fun and creatively engaging with novel AI story writing thing. And especially since it's October, I want to do more novel AI streams where we just create weird stories. And I like to queue up all kinds of different ambient audio to play depending on what's happening in the game or in the story at the time. And at the end of my first novel AI stream, I learned a lot of new ways to use it that I didn't get to use earlier in the stream because there was someone in chat that knew a lot about it and was stepping me through how to change the style of writing that the AI does when it's writing stuff. And it really made for some more interesting stuff. Like you can make it be really descriptive about the environment, like to an absurd level if you want to. Or you can have it focus on progressing the story. And I remember we made it as descriptive as possible, and I was like laughing because it was so hilarious to see the AI just wouldn't move on. Like we hadn't left the first room. It just couldn't stop describing what was going on in the room and like every little detail of like the paper that was on the table and the way that the walls made him feel. And it's just like, holy crap, let's move on. That was funny. So there's all these interesting tweaks. I was considering doing that tonight, but I really want to spend some time with Novel AI to learn how to use it really well so I can just sort of seamlessly keep things going. I don't want to be starting and stopping and be like, how do I get this work? I just want it to be like a flow state. So eventually I want to do some more Novel AI stuff. I want to do more VR chat things. I'm most likely just going to start out just going through interesting worlds. Because I did one VR chat video long ago talking about spooky stuff. Oh my God, was that a year ago? I think I did that in October. And there's also a world jam happening right now for VR chat for Halloween, and they're going on more of the like conspiracy theory extraterrestrial direction for this world jam. So I think it might have some stuff that's more appealing to me. I know you probably hear noises outside. Yeah, if you hear loud yelling and banging of stuff outside, it's because I live in a college neighborhood and it's homecoming this weekend. So people are in maximum obnoxiousness right now. And lots of super macho dudes going and pushing over garbage bins, thinking they're like little badass. What was that? Might do at least one IRL stream this month because that cool Halloween show that with all the puppets and the stilt walking and the fire breathing and all that, they're making a comeback after 2 year absence. People banging outside my building, probably actually. Wouldn't be surprised. Might try to IRL stream that event. And there's a rumor going by right now. And it's at a whole new location though, and it's one that's going to be a lot smaller. So I don't know how well it's going to go trying to record that. But I'm going to go either way, but whether or not I stream it will be up for question. I might just film it. And when I showed them my video of the last time I filmed it, they're like, "Oh my God, I'm so glad you filmed this. We couldn't hire a videographer, so this is our only record of the event." So I assume they're cool with me filming. They do have new ownership though, so I don't know if the new people are aware. I don't know. I'm just gonna do it, and if they tell me to stop, I'll stop. But usually volunteer groups like this that don't have a lot of money love it when you film their stuff because they don't want to pay a photographer. They can't. Um, I've been playing a lot of EverQuest lately, and but EverQuest is not something I really want to stream because I think it would be really boring for people that don't have nostalgia for the game. And it's an MMO, an old, unforgiving MMO. That's nostalgic for me, but it's not fun to watch. I'm playing some of that. What else? Another thing that I did at one point years ago that was kind of fun are finding weird Twitch streams and just filling my screen with weird streams. Like finding streams that don't have any viewers, usually in like the science and technology category. And then I just keep adding new windows onto my screen showing all these things. Like we found God, that was a weird time. There's like a guy that was streaming like one person. He's just in his garage, like working on his car. And then there's a video of like a live owl cam. And then there was The guy driving in his car, we weren't sure if he knew that his phone was on because it was sitting on his seat, looking up at him, and he wasn't really acknowledging it was there. And it started to get a little like sketchy where I took his stream off of my stream and set it to the side and was like, okay, I'm gonna keep watching to see what is going on. And it never turned into anything because he looked really angry, and I was like, oh my god, is this gonna be like another horrible tragedy that gets streamed on Twitch? And it because it's just like angry dude in his car with a very impromptu stream phone sitting on the seat, and he didn't seem to know it was on, or like, ugh. But it he just ended up shutting it off and nothing. It was always that weird risk. And there's always this weird science and technology streams of someone just like a 3D printer, or there's like Hampshire, some of you might know, where it's a guy made a hamster rapture, where it's an underwater. This is all real. This isn't a game. It's an underwater hamster aquarium where it has like different containers that are connected with tubes and stuff, and it's in an air pocket. And this hamster has like a private air supply. It was weird. Be interesting to see EverQuest played more competently than he did when he briefly went back then. Yeah, it's just doors slamming. Don't mind that. It's just EverQuest as an MMO, and MMOs are very grindy, and so you would if I streamed it, you would just see me like right now. The character I'm working on is a Shadow Knight, one of the only classes that I had never played in the game before. I love playing Necromancer. In any game that gives me a chance to be a Necromancer, I will be one. And I already had made a Necromancer character, which is my highest level one, and probably had the most fun with them. And then I made a monk. Monk was fun. Felt really overpowered. Like, holy crap, why doesn't everyone play monk? This is like I'm unstoppable. And then Shadow Knight is supposed to be like mixed between a warrior and a necromancer. So it's like I'm able to tank, but I have all kinds of debuffs with like weakening and siphoning life out of stuff, and I get a super weak skeleton pet, not as strong as a necromancer's pet, but but you still have it. And it's a little different play style, and I've been doing just evil stuff, hashtag evil things. Like there's a couple NPC dwarves that are armor makers, but they're around my level, so I'm like camped out in the woods stalking these dwarves and killing them secretly. And I have to make sure that there's no other players that like need to use them for a quest. And you do funny stuff like fear kiting. And people that don't know, EverQuest is an MMO from 1999, and it was the primary inspiration for World of Warcraft. And when I went on and I tried playing World of Warcraft a little bit, I played the current version and also Legacy or whatever, Classic or whatever they call it. And I just was not a fan of the way that that's structured. I'm not saying that EverQuest is better in its design. It's just it was way too amusement park ride feeling for me, World of Warcraft. I like the classic WoW a lot more than the current one, but still just and it's the whole annoying friend group thing too, where it's like if you go into an MMO, in this case WoW, and you're not there playing with anyone, you're like you're missing out on everything. Like no one responded to messages on the game. I just wanted to find a group to play with. People ignored me, like, oh, you should join a guild or whatever. So I joined a guild and I was like, hey, anyone want to like group and fight this dungeon? People are like, oh no, we don't go to that dungeon because it's better XP to go over to this other place that was overcrowded with people, and everything's been found out and you have to play a certain way and there's no room for mistakes, and it was such a miserable experience. Not as much because of the game itself, but just because of like the player culture, because the game's been around so long that, you know, everyone knows everything about it and they want you to play a certain way. Uh, um, yeah, when you get really immersed into a game and its characters, it can give you some good stories. Yeah, classic WoW especially has been very optimized. Like the modern WoW, it felt, this is my like 2 weeks of experience playing both of these for the first time. So this is my like non-lifetime player of WoW opinion, but modern WoW felt like a huge amusement park that where everyone only goes to a couple places in the park and everywhere else just leaves you thinking like, oh, I wonder what it was like when people used to go on this roller coaster. There used to be people here. I wonder all the fun that used to happen here. Now everyone is just in line for like the same, and you go through the raids, or not the raid, but like dungeons. I don't know what they're called, but and it's like they expect you to do certain things, and when you don't do a thing properly, people just leave or they yell at you and then leave. It's really uninviting. And I mean, some people just prefer to play that way, but when you're all in a server together, you kind of can't help but I'll have their preferred method have a negative impact on your preferred play method. And I like being forced to be with other players. That's why I like EverQuest is there are no instances when you have a server of 1,000 people, all those people are always somewhere in the world at any given time. They're never taken out and to put into another instance. Everyone's just always there all the time. I mean, there are drawbacks to that where like you sometimes literally have to wait in line to fight certain mobs, but like the downtime and all that is a part of the fun. Sitting around talking to people while you're waiting for something. And while you're waiting, you're like planning your next thing, looking through the wiki, and you're like, oh, maybe I should go try this and do this and blah blah blah. So it's not like a constant uh short attention span moment where you're just rapidly doing keyboard shortcuts and you have like a million mods on your screen and the whole HUD is just an absolute like clusterfuck of text and like, you're not even looking at the game most of the time. You're just looking at tons of meters going up and down and rapidly pressing shortcuts that are the proven fastest way to do this and that. It's just, oh, I hate that. Whereas like in EverQuest, there's some of that, but it's more like it's a lot slower. And mana regen takes a lot longer, health regen takes a lot longer. You can't just drink or eat something to get health or mana. You have to sit down and wait for it to regen. You're playing HOI 4? What's that? Like my favorite part of playing Necromancer, pardon the noise. My favorite part of playing Necromancer in EQ is that Necromancers have the ability to hurt themselves. So they're essentially using their own blood to convert it into mana so that they can deal damage or deal dots or various things. Um, they keep getting more and more mana, but then you can use a vampiric effect on other things to take their health out. So you spend a lot of time as a necromancer. You got like, okay, I got 5 different things that I'm like sucking the life out of with my vampire aura, and I'm actively fighting the main thing. Um, well, dealing damage to all that, and I am like bloodletting myself as I'm literally bleeding health to try to get my mana up. So it's this kind of fun balance of like you're just like a really fragile piece of paper that if the wind blows the wrong way, you're dead. But when you get that balance of health siphon, health loss, mana gain all over the place, you could just be dealing damage like all the time. And it's so fun. Yeah, it's a lot like Warlocks. That's when I played WoW more recently. The first thing I did was what is it, like Plague Warlock or something? Like this feels like the closest to a Necromancer, so I'll play that. And it was cool. I did have fun playing Modern WoW and Legacy WoW. It wasn't all a bad experience, but I just canceled my subscription after 1 month. I was like, I don't feel like coming back. Affliction, that's what it was. Memorizing the dot orders. Yeah, that was the thing. I tried to remember the order and all that, but I kind of want to just play it by ear because that's what I like in EverQuest. It was like there is no one perfect solution to handle the mob that you're fighting. Um, it always varies. Like one of the most, in my opinion, one of the most fun things to fight in EverQuest are hill giants because you spend your entire low level life going in zones where there's these giants that are like nearly max level and they are so powerful. Everyone sees them and you're always avoiding them. And if they get near you, they just instantly kill everyone. Then once you get a high enough level, you're like, oh, I can take these things out. And it's this scary thing. Like, I mean, necromancers are already made of paper, but if a hill giant or sand giant, there's a bunch of different types, if they hit you like once, you're going to be gone. So you have to like, okay, I'm going to send my pet out and I'm going to use a darkness dot, which has a benefit of slowing your target and you cast fear so that the target's running away and slow while my pet's fighting it. And I'm throwing poisons and disease and stuff on it. But I'm also in skeleton form, which means that my health is bleeding. I'm and giving me more mana, and I'm casting vampiric effect on nearby animals who are also slowed down, and to get my health back. And it's just this big spectacle that's put on to take out this hill giant. And it's like people watch you fighting them, and it's impressive to watch, and you get a lot of rewards from fighting it. It's just such a fun thing. But then like late game when you're doing raids, and I've never done a raid in EverQuest, but I've watched videos of raids and I'm just just any game that people really invest themselves with always has drama. And it's like, oh, if we want to get in a raid, you have to be like in a guild that does raids, and even guilds that are like, oh, we're just really casual, we just kind of do this and that. But there's still like, okay, well, you have to gain a certain amount of like this and that, otherwise you're not going to get the loot for this, and this person has claimed that, and you got to be here and do it. Like they just expect so much from you. I just pushed away the whole raid feature entirely. It just didn't look fun to me. All the rest of the game is fun. And I have the chronic making new player syndrome, new character syndrome, because almost the max level in EverQuest is 60, and getting to 50 is enough of an accomplishment. 50 to 60 is like from zero or level one to 50. Like it's extremely slow. But as soon as I reach around level 40, I just make a new character. Like I always get bored around level 40 and keep making new characters. So I have like 9 characters. I just like seeing all there is to see. I'm not the type of person that wants to do one thing as good as it can possibly be done. I'm more of a person that, what's it called? I'm more of a vertical slice gamer where I like to just see a little of everything the game has to offer rather than do any particular thing really well. Mobile, welcome. You found this after watching the Action Half-Life video. Oh, thank you. Welcome. I'm glad people are still watching it. I definitely had a big surge in viewers thanks to Vinny. And that was a really fun time. And I'm glad people are still finding it. It's basically 100 levels, but only counts the last 50 as 10. It's just, yeah, the amount of experience you need after 50 is so huge that you could restart a new character from 1 all the way to 50, and it would take about the same time. Thank you, Archon Zach. I guess since there are Hondo enthusiasts here, um, I was thinking of making a new video to be like an update on this on new information learned since making that video, but it still might happen. If something big enough gets found, I might make a video, but a couple things that were learned is that, well, after I made the video, I had 4 or 5 people who were either developers on Action Half-Life, who were friends of Hondo, who had messaged me, and I learned some new info about like features that were planned for AHL that never made it through. Like there's a whole single player that was happening, and one of the devs, former devs, linked me to a unlisted video of voice lines that were recorded for single player Action Half-Life, which was interesting. I I remember it being puzzled why you could run single player HL1 maps in Action Half-Life and they worked. Because usually you have to put some effort into making them work. But they worked already. So I guess they were working on some kind of single player. And Banana, the maker of Banana Mansion and several other maps that I showed in the video, uh, contacted me on the comments and was telling me about some of the secrets that he put in his maps and told me more about communities that are still around of like former AHL community members. Um, the closest connection that I got was a guy who worked with Hondo on a bunch of stuff and still knows him today. And all that he knows about Hondo is he hasn't worked on games in a very long time, and he's now in the aerospace industry. So he's like doing some serious complex engineering or something these days. And someone, I think on my Discord or something like that, found that the last known game credit that Hondo has that we're aware of for a game called, what is it? Like Corporate Fury or something like that. It was a mobile game, but you can download it for free. And it's sort of just like a very PlayStation 1-ish graphically, well, more I guess PS looking game. And Hondo did the level design for it, and he used a lot of textures from like Endless Rain and those other maps to make the levels in this game. So it almost feels like it's a canonical sequel to the whole story of Hondo Corp, but they changed every reference to Hondo to be something else. Can't remember what it was. They even have the HC Hondo Corp logo, and they changed the acronym to be like, what was it? It was like Hunger Company or something. I don't know. Yeah, what kind of what kind of Easter egg did he put on the Discovery space shuttle? Imagine if the Grithetylin engraved in like the Mars rovers. I don't know. Maybe it was in that thing that they recently crashed into an asteroid. That was amazing. Finished a video about Blah by Nipper, the mapper, and was going to cover the Hondo maps, and he found the video. That's funny thing, yeah. Like when I was going to make that Hondo video, I was looking around to see what else other people had covered, and I was in a similar situation. I was like, okay, if someone had already done a extensive coverage of Hondo and his maps, I wouldn't have done it. But I looked around and like the last video I could find of anything about his maps was like 8 years ago. Like, oh, it seems like a good time for this. I mean, if you find new information about it, like I'd love to know. I did have people have been recommending Nipper and the secrets in his maps too. it's a little harder for me to feel passionate about other mappers and their secrets because I had like personal investment in this particular subject because I played Action Half-Life as a kid. I had a lot of memories linked with playing through all that. So I felt a little more compelled to cover it. And it was a little more obscure. Not many people know about Action Half-Life. Whereas a lot of like people are like, oh, there's a bunch of mysteries in Gmod maps, and like, oh, I'm sure there's already 1,000 videos on Gmod mysteries. I mean, Gmod grew in popularity around the same time as YouTube growing in popularity, so it's kind of like Minecraft, where it's like there's a billion Gmod videos out there. Yeah, Grethelin is on the Voyager Golden Record from like the 60s or whenever that was. Well, I mean, it is just an eye imagery. And eye imagery has been around everywhere, forever. And it's funny. I was a little worried about including. There was like a webcam screenshot of a friend of Hondo's that I got off his website of the guy wearing the shirt that had the Grethelin on it, and I was like, oh, I want that shirt. And that guy emailed me and said like, hey, I saw your video. It was really cool. I just want to let you know I still have that shirt. And he said, I want to let you know I really uh well, was it like I fell out of my chair when I saw my own face suddenly appear in your video. So now I feel kind of bad, but it's like, well, it wasn't in a negative light. Uh it was publicly on Hondo's website, so it wasn't like this was a private video call or something. And he seemed cool with it. There's a guy named the Librarian on YouTube that covers Gmod horrors, mods, and myths. Nice. Those are some of my favorite channels. Are people that know a game really well in and out, and they just cover every little like obscure thing about it. Mm. Oh, and then okay, I've done about an hour intro. I try to keep intros to about an hour. My stream will be up for like 15 minutes or something like that. Before I actually start, I like the describe the way I start streams as sort of the number station method because number stations function in a similar way. They go online, not broadcasting a signal. They're just the machines are turned on for a while. And then when the message is about to start, they play a song or some recognizable thing to designate, hey, starting soon, starting soon. So I always wait until right when I'm about to start, I'll play a song. So you can expect that in 5 minutes or so, the stream will start. And then, yeah, number stations, then all the like the header information all is broadcast after the music finishes. And so rather than just, I mean, there's no like right or wrong way to do this, just what I do. So instead of just playing music all throughout and then suddenly, oh, he's here, oh, he started, I only play music right before I'm going to start, so people know. And after Exo One, I'm probably just going to show a lot of random videos. That's kind of I see a lot of streamers doing that these days where it's like, we'll play a game for a while and then we'll just watch video. And I have plenty of weird ones. There's like, a couple more in-depth looks at Red Dead Redemption 2 mysteries. Um, I saw someone in the Discord posted about a weird Russian horror mod in the game Serious Sam called uh, Istami Chist, uh, which I'm is Russian. Just looking at my list of things to talk about. uh, okay, last little thing I'll say before I start is um, so there was a big leak of the sixth iteration of a very well-known game. And for a little while, I was thinking about making a little video talking about some interesting things in it, but then I realized, I mean, I'm not a big channel or anything where anyone would care, but it's just, I feel like there'll be could be some weird thing in the future where it's like, oh, your channel has been struck down by Take-Two. So I'm not going to make a video or anything. And I talked about this in the Discord, but I'm just going to mention that after that leak, there was um, a video that showed an event manager in the game and someone scrolling through it. And I haven't seen other people talk much about this. Maybe because if you can't post stuff about leaks on like Reddits or YouTubes or anywhere because they get deleted because people don't want their community to get shut down because they're allowing people to post that stuff. But uh, there was a big whole list of things that can happen in the current build of the game. And I'm not going to show them on stream, but I took screenshots of some really interesting sounding ones. And now I'm like more excited than ever for GTA 6 because some of these things sound amazing. And hey, what I'll do, this will be the last thing I talk about before I start my first little game of tonight, which is going to be Mini Motorways. If you don't want to hear potential mystery spoilers that could be a part of GTA 6, which probably years away, who knows, I would mute the stream now. And when you see the video on the stream, open up Mini Motorways, which is like a bright white game. It's hard to miss. That's when I'm done talking about it. So if you don't want to be spoiled about potential secrets that are hidden in GTA 6, I'd mute right now. Okay. So for the rest of you, I'll just read things that could be in the game. First of all, there was an event called Warehouse Sex Roll. Not sure what that's going to be about. You can use your imagination. And then there's a sand sphinx. So, Great Sphinx making a cameo in the game potentially. Got Satanist House. Seen? Satanists confirmed. And then we have an event straight up called UFO. So a UFO in some form be in the game. There's rat infestation is an event. I don't think rats have ever been portrayed in a GTA game, not that I can recall. Um, Tires in the ocean. Arm Monster Man first visit. Arm Monster Man. And apparently makes frequent visits. Um, Hunting shelter accident, something like that. And this is actually an ongoing theme. Roy, your internet died. I'm talking about spoilers of GTA 6 from the leak. So if you don't want to be spoiled about potential mysteries that could be in GTA based on an event dev tool that was shown in a video, mute the stream. When I'm done talking about spoilers, I'm going to open up Mini Metro so you can see on the video it'll be a whole different game once I'm done talking. But something that has been reoccurring is that it sounds like GTA 6 is going to have a lot of water-oriented stuff happening in it. One of the videos showed expanded on water gameplay of swimming. Swimming looks like it's a lot easier. You can do different types of strokes. Like you could do like a backstroke and front crawl or whatever they're called. And a lot of these events are related to things that happen in the ocean. So if you can think about mysteries in the ocean, those are some of the spookiest. The ocean is just a scary thing by itself. Um, Australian crawl is what it's called? Really? Then we have uh there's some kind of social network in the game called NIE. I don't know if that's the name of it. There's influencers are gonna have a presence in the game because the GTA games are always about being timely about like what has changed in the world. Like I remember GTA 4 was the first time you had like they kind of updated the cell phone technology a little bit, but it's funny going back to 4 and seeing like the old like Nokia kind of looking phones. And then when 5 came along, we had the full touch screen smartphone, and people taking selfies and all that started to become a big thing because everyone's phones had good cameras all of a sudden. Now with 6, looks like they're going to tap into the whole influencer. So I bet it will go in the direction of influencers being obnoxious and doing ridiculous, dangerous things in public. Then there's an event called Dog Hump Dog. What that's about? Um, Event called Scarface Crime Scene. Is there there's a is there a scene in Scarface that happens in Florida somewhere? I've never seen the movie. There's going to be chalk art. There's events related to chalk shrines. And this one's, these aren't in any order, so I might like go back to it's there's Ancient Labyrinth Visitor Center is an event, and it's listed as a permanent event, as in like something that you can go to at any time. Now, another UFO reference is UFO Animal House. So UFOs connected with animals in some way. Then we have King Neptune statue. Some more water references. Neptune is the Roman name for Poseidon, the god of the ocean. A statue of Neptune, but it also says King Neptune statue Miami. Like it just straight up says Miami. So maybe in Miami, is there a statue that this is a reference to? Maybe there's a Scarface reference in the original Vice City game. Oh, that's right. There was. Dude with a chainsaw. Okay. Yeah, if anyone has Vice City knowledge, I'm sure that you'll get a lot more out of some of these things. They might be references to the game. Um, Something that's just called M7 location. There's a rare shoe truck delivery. Apparently, you might be able to steal rare shoes out of a delivery truck. This one, awesome. Lighthouse Mystery. And then there's also another event called Strange Animal Deaths. And this one's labeled as deer. So strange animal death, which might be related to something that's coming up here. We got Spaceship House, an animation called Kick Butt. Subtle. Um, Voice in Storm Drain event. Yes, penis enlargement pills. Gonna make an appearance. An event called Lost at Sea. More ocean-related events. There's Bonnie and Clyde Mystery. Abandoned Hovercraft. Giant Clam Event. Interesting. More chalk art. Um, Ancient Labyrinth Visitor Center again. Now this one. Underwater Research Facility. Damn, I hope that's as cool as it sounds. Underwater Research Facility. Um, and we have Kraken Sculpture Maquette. And I looked up what a maquette is. I don't know if I'm pronouncing it right. It's Maquette. Maquette is apparently a scale version of a large work of art that's usually used as like a proposal for something. Like Mount Rushmore in the US, there's famously a small model of it in the visitor center that was used to like concept how it was going to look before they carved it into the mountain. So a Kraken sculpture scale model maybe implies the existence of a full-sized Kraken sculpture, one that warranted the making of a small version of it. That's interesting. And this, perhaps maybe most interesting of all, is Skunk Ape. And I looked up Skunk Ape, and I guess that's just the name for Bigfoot in the American Southeast. Um, and that might be connected to the strange animal death, because Bigfoot in previous games had a this is a later addition to the single player actually. One of the rare times they added something to single player was where you'd come across like a murder scene or animals that were like violently gutted, and you would hear like a Bigfoot roar in the distance when you approached it. Um, and you had to find all of these, and it would eventually lead to Bigfoot, or you would turn into Bigfoot at the end using peyote, and you would fight a werewolf man. Or so Skunk Ape is at least confirmed to exist in GTA 6 in some form. Original Vice City had a lot of underwater mysteries also. Really, sunken ships, giant sharks. Nothing ever really came to the surface. Ghost ships that had fake shadows of ships in the distance, or they would dip underwater if you got too. Huh. And it makes sense if GTA 6 is going to be in, you know, in one of the most, or like the longest stretch of ocean bordering a single state in the US. Like you gotta imagine they're gonna do a lot with water. Yeah, in Vice City, didn't you instantly die if you fell into the water? I can't remember when they added swimming. Um, I mean, I saved a lot of other screenshots. I won't show them, but they showed a world map tool that looks like how they probably coordinate things like trigger boundaries for events to start and mapping stuff out. And it just straight up shows satellite imagery of probably actual Florida that they're maybe using to help map things out. I just love to see like proprietary tools like this, stuff that you would never see if you didn't work at the company. So, a lot of interesting stuff already for GTA 6. God, I'm more excited for the game now. Like, I mean, Vice City's kind of an interesting thing and all. I was a little disappointed because I was like, well, we already did like, sunny oceanic game with GTA 5 being in California, but I've had Florida experts correct me and say that Florida is really different than California. And I'm saying this as someone that lives in the Midwest, where the ocean is an alien concept to me. So all you coastal states are all the same to me. But I guess the biggest difference between California and Florida is that not only the people, of course, but Florida is very flat and swampy, whereas California is a lot more mountainous and desert-like. And apparently, Florida is like absolutely ridden with conspiracy theories and weird like folklore. So I think GTA 6 has a lot of very high weird mystery potential. Nice, Archon Zach. I predicted it exactly. Um, the whole like bayou culture, and I feel like Red Dead Redemption having some southern U.S. stuff with like Saint Denis being like New Orleans and that kind of area. They they have a lot to work with, like, and I feel like they learned so much from Red Dead Redemption 2 about how to integrate mysteries into the game in an interesting way. Like GTA 5, as much as I loved the mysteries of GTA 5, they were always really janky and they felt like they were the product of like one guy who, in his spare hour of work was like, oh, let's throw this here, put some decals, put a model up here, we'll call it a day. And then the community went on for years to decade looking into this and reading into it for how simple those were. And then Red Dead Redemption 2, they clearly learned a lot. And the way they integrated mysteries into RDR2 was very satisfying to me. It was so cool to be able to not only did they have a ton, but like Arthur would sketch them out in his book, would still leave it open ended. Like, is there anything to do here? It didn't feel like a big part of the gameplay. It was still optional. And the most fun part about mysteries and open world games like this is the fact that they're just sort of they feel disconnected from the main gameplay. And when RDR2 came out, I had very low expectations for the kinds of mysteries it would have because it just felt like what can you do with a game that is so focused on a very specific part of American history and it's way before a lot of, like electricity is even around. Like what can you actually do? But they managed to come up with so many cool things. It was impressive. So I'm very excited for GTA 6. And if my life keeps going in a stable direction and I'm getting an income and I hopefully move away from where I am now, very good place. Uh, when GTA 6 comes out, like I want to hit that game like, okay, I got to figure out a better way to word that. I want to involve myself in that game very deeply from an Easter egg perspective. Like I want to, because everyone's going to be streaming it, whatever. I want to go really hard into being a stream where we focus on mysteries. Because I wanted to do that with RDR2 when that was out, but I didn't have the consoles for it. It was too expensive. I just wasn't in a place in my life where I could sit and dedicate a lot of time to that. It was fun watching from a distance. But with GTA 6, I really want to like try to be super involved with it and be like on stream discovering stuff. So I hope it all works out that way. They're probably going to release on console only, so or initially. I doubt they're going to launch with a PC version, so I might have to just like buy a PS5. Maybe there'll be easier to find. Maybe I'll just get one off Craigslist. I don't know. Who knows? The rate that the world's going, like every year is just full of surprises. Who knows? Okay. Now I'm going to do one round of mini motorways. So let me set that up real quick. Oh yeah, I'll hit my new button. Stream marker. Hmm. So when I edit this later, I know when the game's about to start. I hope this isn't loud. Don't know much about secrets in RDR2. Whoa. That's a really fun rabbit hole to go down. There's a lot of YouTube videos. I posted a bunch on the Discord too. Okay, so if anyone wasn't watching or listening because of all the GTA 6 theorizing and spoiler stuff, the game. This music tickles your ear. And after Exo One tonight, I might end up watching some Red Dead Redemption 2 mystery stuff. So if you happen to still be around, you might see some of that. Okay, welcome back, anyone that wasn't listening because of spoilers. So Mini Motorways, it's just a fun little casual puzzle game where it's like a city builder survival. All you have to do is make the roads that connect the houses to the workplaces, but you have no control over where the houses are or where the workplaces are. And the puzzle is to efficiently get people from one place to another given the random element. I'm going to do the daily challenge. I've already progressed pretty far. See, there's all these different cities. Oh, I never got to do Warsaw. Okay, the later ones, the rounds go on forever. So I'll do a shorter one. Daily challenge, what is it? Spaghetti Junction. Start with 5 motorways, but no further ones are offered. And only one choice of upgrade is offered. Okay, what's the weekly challenge? Limitless. Unlimited road tiles. All destinations are circles. Means they require more attention. Only one upgrade. Okay, I'll do the daily challenge. I played Mini Metro. No, I know that's the company's other game that looked pretty cool. Alright. I'm gonna go in fast mode. I'll try not to pause, but it always ends up happening anyway. Sorry, tree. And the music is generative, meaning that this is all like made by code. It changes depending on what's happening in the city. Starts out slow, but it's gonna get bad. You don't have to connect every house. That's the thing. You can strategically lessen the amount of traffic by excluding houses. Can you imagine, like, you move into a neighborhood and there's one house that has no road going to it? And it's just like, yeah, we didn't want you going to work, so I'm not going to connect your road. Normally you get 2 choices every week, but part of the challenge of this is that you're forced with only one choice. So I'm going to get roundabout. Okay, see, I don't like this because now it's forcing multiple different color types into traffic, which actually I can fix. You want to keep traffic going in a single direction. You don't want to, like, have different cars with different destinations all mixed on the same road. And I'm sure there's people who figured out how to, like, min-max this game. It's simple enough where people could probably find the best way to do everything. bridges. Oh, I guess there is water here. All right. Where's the second house? Okay, let's do this. You want cars to be pretty spread out, so that they're always going back and forth. You played this game so much that you started seeing routes in your dreams. Oh yeah. When this first released too, I spent a lot of time. The Tetris effect, where like you spend so much time engaged in a specific type of gameplay that you see it in your sleep, everyday life. Speaking of like generative music, I've been getting into programs some of you might be familiar with called VCV Rack, which is for audio production, oftentimes used in music production, but it's a virtual version of called like a modular synth. So when you see people that produce music based off of electrical signals, if you've ever watched Great Sphinx stream, he does stuff in VCV Rack. And he's really experienced with it, and he has his own real physical equipment as well. Oh god, this looks terrible now. Okay, I'm gonna pause. But I'm really enjoying VCV Rack. I have to learn about like how modular synth systems work in the first place. Then how to actually use it, use the software too. That's I guess another potential stream idea in the future is maybe I'll do some generative audio production on stream. And modular synths, it is a notoriously very expensive hobby. A lot of the equipment is pretty old, and new equipment is really expensive. You're either paying high prices because someone held on to their synth from like the 70s and kept it in good shape, and new stuff has so much modern technology that it's just like not affordable. There's always exceptions. I'm sure there's some more affordable stuff, but but that's the cool thing with VCV Rack is that you can, there's tons of free pieces, free modules that you can just download and experiment with. And it doesn't have to be musical. That's the fun thing with modular synths, is that it just making interesting sound. It could be musical, it could have a rhythm, could be tonal, harmonic, could be a lot of things. Or you could just make noise that sounds interesting. And so what a fun thing I did was I took red noise, is a form of specific frequencies of sound noise, like when you think of static on a TV, just noise. Red noise are frequencies that sound very similar to what you hear in a waterfall. And I used the noise to modulate a really low-pitched set of tones So it kind of, it like roughened up the sound. So it just kind of, it had a tone, but it was like a, like it sounded like a sci-fi vehicle. And I had it so my computer keyboard, so buttons I'd press like QWERTY, would play notes like in a piano. And I had it set up so that it would make things, it would make the panning of the sound go from like left ear to right ear, and I had reverb applied to it that would also make it feel more like spatial, like it actually exists in your room. And so I've essentially created where I could push keys on my keyboard that would sound like sci-fi vehicles driving around in my room. And it was so cool. Hurry up. I'm out of roads. Right, good timing. I'm gonna have to use a roundabout. This is actually going really well. Normally I would have ran into like a critical problem by now, but... yeah, kind of the danger of streaming something like VCV Rack is that at any moment a like absolutely horrible, like destructive ear noise could play at any time. Well, I'll put text on the screen that says like loud sound warning. That happened to me over and over again. Like, okay, what is be like a specific type of frequency, and then I just put it directly into my audio output, and it was like the most horrible loud noise I've ever heard going directly to my ears. Yeah, warning, you will be deafened. Yeah, and all the different names for colors of different types of noise. White noise, red noise, gray noise, black noise. And I'm pretty sure, you know, the whole meme with colors and noise is the whole brown noise. I don't think brown noise is an actual term. I saw all the different colors of noise, and I don't recall seeing brown on that list. You have ear calluses from corruption streams. True. I think we all are a little calloused as a result of that. Sorry, tree. Oh god, purple here is getting a little too busy. Getting congested. Uh-oh. Okay. It's getting dangerous. What is happening? Why is it... police sirens are just outside my house, don't worry. They're all the time. I love how when you pause, it like strips some of the layers of the music out. So now we just have like this minimal beat. Okay, I have a few more motorways. Okay, let me get rid of this entirely. This is going to be the new supply of workers through a motorway. That simplifies that. So I don't need any of this anymore. Yeah, all these people are, it's just like you've been going to your job your whole life, and then they decide to just repave a road to go into a different neighborhood. Like they just remove the road outside your house. You're not working here anymore. Your neighbor is. You're not, though. And then your driveway's facing the opposite end of your house one morning. Like your whole house is just like rotated. See if this helps anything. Oh god. Cool. And the key changes, the busier a city gets. The musical key. Oh, that highway is causing a lot of this congestion. What if I just move the highway over here? Actually, let's just give them a new supply of workers over here. So the highway now goes here. But I might fail before that construction happens. Oh my god, go! Go! Drive! Why are they not leaving their house? Down here. Why are they not driving? Not... Oh, okay, now they're going. Shoot. Oh my god. Ooh, I might have saved it. My goal is to get above 1,000 trips, which I achieved, so lasting longer than this is just bonus at this point. Uh-oh. Now I already see where I'm probably going to fail. Oh god, this is going so bad now. And... Yep. made it over 1,000. I'm satisfied. 76 days. Cool. Now, let's see how I compare to everyone else. Wow, I did below average. Feels bad, man. I'm in the bottom 35%. I think it was last week I was in like the top 5% on score. How far does it zoom out? I was at the furthest zoom level. So it doesn't get any more than that. Never noticed it makes a wind. I love all these little musical touches. Okay. So that was Mini Motorways. It's usually on sale, really cheap on Steam. Definitely recommend it. Very fun little, like, you just do a single round. Like that took me, what, like 15, 20 minutes? And it's relaxing. Sometimes I just leave the game running just to hear the generative music. And it changes every time you listen to it. I'm going to add a stream marker, changing to Exo One. Exo One is another game where it's just like, it looks nice, sounds nice. Good work. Tested it very briefly. Some of the complaints were for optimization issues. Ooh, this music though. Come on. There we are. I'm gonna listen to the music for a little bit. This is really nice. Oh. Ooh. Hey, here we go. This game may potentially trigger seizures for people with photosensitive epilepsy. There's your warning. Oh, I've slipped surly bonds of earth and danced the skies on laughter-silvered wings and done 100 things you have not dreamed of. Extraterrestrial signal. Sole survivor of the Jupiter mission disaster said the signal is meant for me. Reporter, I can get them back. So this craft doesn't use a rocket engine at all. You call it a gravity drone. Correct. When engaged, gravity increases tenfold. When disengaged, gravity becomes moon-like. It's all theoretical at this point anyway. Construction still hasn't commenced. Ooh. Ah, nice. Whoa. This is the future of marble games. Whoa! Okay, I'm moving on. Gotta get used to the... Alright, I gotta gain momentum, I'm pretty sure. Ooh, that's really satisfying. I also like how they have the little pluses on the screen, kind of like when they piece photos together in space. I don't think that usually applies to video. Technically correct. But it makes it feel spacey. Ooh. Loving the ambience. Hmm. The wind is kind of blowing me around too. Energy source detected. Hmm. Surprising amount of gameplay here. Definitely satisfying. Makes it a lot more interesting than just like hold down W and navigate. Clouds look amazing. Oh, that's where I'm trying to go. Okay. Oops. Oh. Ah. Little trouble getting to where I'm trying to go. Oh, come on. Oh, there we go. No, 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 no. Oh, it's pushing me out, that's why. maybe that wasn't where I was meant to be. Oh, okay. Can I miss it? Of course. There. Yeah. Talk about dedication. Glide mode extended. Full containment reached. Very beautiful landscapes. Am I the orb the pilot saw? I think so. It's like it's like a flashback, I guess, of that one person recalling his encounter with this. Monolith, 40 kilometers out. I'm a fan of those. It is really satisfying when you get just the right amount of speed and you just sail over the peak, glide the rest of the way. Why do aliens have to be so elusive? Just come down and say hi. It's true. Because we just shoot nukes at them? Yeah. Guarantee if aliens showed up, someone would try to shoot and kill them instantly. Anything new and unusual that shows up that humanity is unfamiliar with, at least one person wants to shoot it and kill it, and one person wants to have sex with it, whatever it is. Those are the two response methods of humans. Kill or fuck. Or probably both for some. Your favorite alien depiction is in Battlefield Earth. I can't quite remember what that was like. I don't think I ever saw all of Battlefield Earth. I think I saw like 30 minutes of it or something. Ooh. Whatever happens, you come back, okay? I'll miss you every day. Snowy? At a moon? Do you have any space experts in chat? Approaching height orbit above Jupiter. See you on the other side. Good luck and Godspeed. Like this game and observation are gonna cross paths. There's nothing in the design for a cockpit, no internal space for a pilot. How do you fly it? We have to stop thinking in human terms and trust their design. Anyway, it does more than just fly. Does it do my homework? Yeah, this is actually Metroid Prime 4. Oops, all ball. Yeah, this is the this new open world Sonic game. Oops. Now this is kind of like Pilot Wings. When you're hang gliding in Pilot Wings, you're gonna get the drift, air drifts. Maybe. An objective of sorts. It's just kind of a exploration. It's definitely wanting me to go towards the columns of light. That's the most I can gather. The story is like a reporter is interviewing a guy that came across this spacecraft. And I am this controlling the spacecraft that the astronaut is describing. He apparently had a lot of experience with it, so it's like kind of a cool twist. So like what we're seeing really isn't literally happening in the story, it's just sort of like part of the eyewitness account from the astronaut witnessing this craft or something like that. Thing is, Vinny didn't play this exact game. I don't know if they're connected. I know it's kind of loud. There was a game that might have been made by the same people that was very similar to this. Don't think he's played this exact game, though. Yeah, it was similar idea, like a ball going over landscapes with really pretty filters and stuff. Hey, Maho Sloth, welcome. Ooh, Juke Scare. Yeah, can anyone solve for V in chat? Got like 3 seconds of it on screen. Figure it out. Power level increase. God, I love the way this looks. Kind of wish this was more mouse driven than keyboard, because I think when you have WASD for movement, it becomes so choppy because you're either going all the way one way or all the way the other way, kind of like driving a car in an open world game with the keyboard. It's so clunky. I might be able to use a gamepad, but I'm kind of used to the gameplay now. Where's my controller? Yeah, I do have a controller right here. It's not plugged in. I had dreams like this. Oh, lovely. I'd mentioned earlier on stream that I'm getting into using VCV Rack, which is like a simulated modular synth thing for like music and audio production stuff. You can, like, all these sounds we're hearing right now, but you could remake in that program pretty well. There was a there's a channel I've been watching a bunch about a guy that does tutorials on VCV Rack, and he has this really strong French accent. And when he hears a sound he likes, he goes, "Oh yeah, oh yes, oh yes." So anytime I hear a really nice sound, like synth generated sound, I'm like, "Oh yeah." You see, when you plug in the RM to the input and you tune it just to the right frequency. I can only do Russian, never mind, I can't do French. I like how quiet it gets when you're above the clouds. It's a nice touch. Yeah, Russian. Have I played Bone Lab? No. I never played Bone Works either. I do want to eventually. I think the biggest thing to understand about Bone Lab is that it's meant to be a sandbox for players to make their own experiences. It's not supposed to be Boneworks 2. And the reason that it feels different, like physics and all of that, is because they modified the engine to make it Quest compatible, which it might have some negative effects. Like some people are saying like, "Oh, you can no longer do this fun thing you used to be able to do." And I think it's because they wanted it to work consistently across desktop and mobile headsets like the Quest, so that both people can make their own custom stuff and play one another's. They want the physics to behave similarly between the two. Oh, damn. And of course, colorful space imagery. All colorful space imagery is ripping off No Man's Sky, because No Man's Sky invented color in space. But speaking of No Man's Sky, um, people are always trying to find the most like tropical, sunny, lush, green planet. Like to them, that's like hospitable. That's like the only interesting place. Like, oh, I want to make a base on a beautiful tropical getaway. But I'll finish that thought in a sec. For me, I always sought after the moons. They don't call me the monotonist for no reason. I really like just rocky landscapes that are mostly barren with just like very few key structures. Like the synthetic planets in No Man's Sky are really cool. Yeah, we got Jupe scared. It was part of the story is like an astronaut visiting Jupiter, I believe, saw the alien craft that we are currently piloting. So, and there's, I guess, some story, some tragedy is kind of unfolding that we don't know much about yet. Like I see what looks like it might be like a wrecked spacecraft coming up ahead. Oh, I didn't quite use that as well as I could have. Ooh. God, the clouds look so nice. This feels like it's Unreal Engine. Okay. No casual object. Oh, no causal object detected. Uh-oh, binary. Screenshot. For later. Look like groups of 8. So it's probably ASCII. Some of it. I feel like that chirping sound is trying to guide me towards energy resources. You can usually tell if something is Unreal Engine because it's like you'll see all the glare on the lens. It's like a default thing when you look at objects that have a lot of emission effects, that particles show up. Lost contact with object. Wish you were here with us, Commander. It's amazing. We're officially swimming through Jupiter's atmosphere. Got some serious storm activity now. Visibility low. Probably can't even hear me. We're having difficulties on Jupiter. Carinus 2. Yeah, Carinus 2. No causal object reacquired. Or non-causal object reacquired. Want the binary translation? Well, yeah, if you went through the effort of translating it, sure. Does it spell out Jupiter? Oh yeah, Touch Designer. I've never used it, but I know people do it for a lot of like real-time video effects. Like people perform with it. I've been to like live music shows that have complex visual effects. And they do really awesome things with it. Something else out there. Like another aircraft? Spacecraft? Catch up to it. Too fast. Ooh. Hill was made for me. we go. Attempting to reconnect. Ooh. Brain tear detected. Data corrupted. Dynamic back propagation error. Bulk power leak attempting to resolve. The further I get, the more errors. But it was B-R-A-N-E, not B-R-A-I-N. Is that like membrane? A brain for mems? .exe? Ooh, this will be a good one. And I botched it. Botch job. Wonder what happens here. Posted the binary stuff on Discord. Cool, thanks. Bunch of the reviews here for this game were like, you don't do anything. Like, I feel like I've done a lot of things. It may not be that complex, but I love the way this feels. At Antlion Hills. Another word for dimensions, but simplified in a roundabout way, so it's like a physics thing, I guess. Oh, and also, with the Touch Designer program, you watch Great Sphinx stream. He does occasionally some Touch Designer stuff on his streams, but he has a bunch of like analog equipment in his office that he uses with it. So he does a lot of interesting like experimental stuff. Actually, I think Sphinx is streaming right now, I think. Wonder what he's streaming. He's doing cooking shows. Like, I occasionally go in and out of storm systems. That's really nice. But yeah, Roy, exactly. It's actually a good summary of all of his streams. He was a professional chef at one point. Not sure what he does these days. I think he does like consulting for restaurants or something. That light is just so far away. How am I not getting closer? I'm trying to follow the light. Oh, no, I can see a structure. Okay, I was gonna say, it doesn't feel like I'm getting any closer, but the particles are pulling me in a different direction. So it's like, where do you want me to go? I do see a distant structure. That might be where where that light's coming from. Oh, it's pretty far out there, though. How am I gonna reach that? That is not the direction I want to go. Oh, that was disappointing. Who built these structures? Aliens, I guess. How am I going to get up to that cube? Maybe I should follow the fire particles instead. There's like little stairs. Oh, there's another light over here. Easier to reach. Yeah, it's an alien skate park. Oh, I'm back here? I wonder if this loops around the back. Like, is this... I just keep going in one direction, do I end up on the same side? How globes work? True. It seems like that light is always impossibly far away. Oh, this is new. Ooh, love this. Oh, damn. Like the big circle patterns in the sides. Getting some odd energy readings. Kind of stable lightning current. Nautica. What's that sound? Shut it off. I can't think straight. Clocks are going crazy. System's overloading. We have a problem, Jupiter Orbiter. We're on fire. Reading a huge energy buildup ahead. There's no time. Launching escape pods. Crashed right into one of those light columns, I guess. Box. Ooh. Oh my god. Just when the game... Just when you thought the game couldn't get any more beautiful, it has to start incorporating water. whoever invented water is a genius. I'm really glad the game doesn't have a fail state. That would completely take me out of the experience. It's like, you died, game over. It even seems to have a little bit of like mysterious, unexplained wind that just pushes you in the right direction if you're going too far out of bounds. Yeah, that eclipse. Total solar eclipse. Yeah, I like the game a lot so far. I don't think there's really anything it could do to make me suddenly hate it unless they introduced like a game over mechanic where you had to like redo some segment over and over again. Water looks really nice. The waves. wonder if the orb is hot. Well, it is glowing white and red. Probably. Ran out of energy at a bad time. Yeah, I think it's the how much it glows is how much energy I have stored up. So I think it's been getting brighter and darker just depending on how well I'm preserving energy. I love the twinkling of the meteors. Yeah, so now I'm like out of energy. Oh, the wind is giving me some more. What is this? Impact imminent T-minus 5 seconds. Shutdown initiated. Uh-oh. Mission Control, Jupiter orbiter still awaiting status report, over. We aren't reading the flyer, please confirm. Do you read, over? Just witness the destruction. Anyone reading this? Control. Systems overloaded. Presumed dead after losing contact with Jupiter 1 year ago. It just docked with the International Space Station. Mere hours after returning from Jupiter, Earth telescopes have picked up what appears to be an alien signal. Transport monolith energy spike detected. 33.33% charged, and it's 3 minutes away from 3:33 a.m. my time. Coincidence? Interesting. Had dreams like this, some sort of immortal object traveling between planets and galaxies. Sounds like a very lovely dream. Definitely had dreams of just like endlessly floating around unrecognizable places. We just passed over 3:33 a.m. my time. The witching hour. Yeah, kind of a bummer. Be stuck on Earth. Like, what do they say? We're born too late to discover the new worlds, born too early to discover the universe. At least we have video games, virtual reality. Seen that that eclipse earlier. This is loud. Whoa! That eclipse earlier reminded me of when we had the... Oh, there we go. The total solar eclipse a few years back. What an interesting and surreal experience that was. I remember going outside when it was supposed to happen, and I go out to like big open area part of town and people are just standing around. Like you knew why they were there. Like, why are people here? I don't know, the sun's gonna do something weird. One of my favorite things in life in general is when some kind of natural phenomena that every living thing can appreciate. It just like makes us all come together as a species, just appreciate Earth and the galaxies and all of what goes on. Like if you have eyes, you can appreciate this. It was the second solar eclipse for you? Really? I think there was one that happened when I was younger. I don't remember when. I mean, we've had partial eclipses on and off. We didn't have a total for quite a while. God, I'm not doing this the best way. Just gonna roll over. Stop sacrificing things. I'm sure someone somewhere's making sacrifices, like sacrificing their social life for employment. The modern day sacrifice. Fully charged. All right. Now to get back. It was a partial eclipse when you were younger, I see. Sacrificed your lunch for dinner. It's a noble sacrifice. Notice when I'm in full control over when meals are happening, I usually only have like 1 or 2 meals a day. Breakfast is pretty much always. But sometimes I'll just skip dinner and just go to sleep. I don't know, just like hunger just isn't a very big driving force for me in day-to-day life. Some people, it's like absolutely controlling. And I think there's a difference between, you know, enjoying eating and like preparing meals and like the whole artistry of cooking compared to people where it's like if they're hungry, absolutely everything else takes second stage. Like they cannot function if they're even a little bit hungry. I don't know if that's don't know if that's like a physiological thing or is that something that like a conditioning? Like if you lived your life having meals at certain times all the time, and so your body's trained to be hungry at those times, and then when you don't get it, your like functioning ceases because your brain is expecting things it's not getting. Thought you were gone. Huh. You've been so alone. The signal, it's from Jupiter, isn't it? We can't nail down a specific origin. It's all around us. Admiral. Interesting change of pace. I think I was supposed to go the other way. Oh no, the leaves are blowing at a low frame rate. Oh yeah. Thank God you can't bump into the trees. You know that during play testing of this, people are like, I don't know where to go. So they put the leaves, blowing leaves to guide you. A smart move. Just before the fire. Oh, interesting. They all heard it. Still hear it like it's a part of me. I can't move. They're not supposed to go down here. Yeah, it's supposed. The original thing is supposed to be an alien craft. And the astronaut was describing the craft. I don't know if they reconstructed it. Because I don't think we're supposed to be seen from the perspective of anyone flying it. I think we are the alien, perhaps. But I'm stuck and can't move. Cool idea. Pressing all of the keys. Oh. Tells you the X, Y, Z coordinates. Nice. Nice. Very beginning? Come on, game. Oh, so the game description itself says that it was constructed again by humanity? That's weird. Maybe we'll get to that point. Here we go again. We get to try this time. Damn it. Oh, interesting. Didn't see that last time. Must be where I'm supposed to head towards once I get into the ball. Bigger ball. I wonder if that's what we're seeing right now. The thing that I am right now is probably the alien craft. And this big ball, I think, is humanity's attempt to recreate it. Because the dialogue was saying something like I can feel it become one with me, or something like that. So I think this up ahead is the human recreation. You had that saved in your clipboard. Very disappointed. Alright, let's not fail this time. This is the man-made version. The wreckage of it. Still hear it, like it's a part of me. Alien signal frequency. Signal, I can't. Depending on what device you're using, the symbol probably looks different. If you're on mobile or Mac or PC, desktop, Android, iOS, N-Gage, Ouya, Commodore 64. You haven't found any meaning in the binary? Aw. You're putting the groups of 8 into a binary to ASCII conversion, right? I saw that message. Something's missing. ASCII. Should be getting close to the end. Been like 2.5 hours. People said it's about 3. So usually if people are just trying to have binary translate to words, they'll just use ASCII, which is like how computers manage different types of letters in an operating system. So every character has a special code, hex code and binary code that's associated with each letter. And it's standard across all computers. So if you have strings of 8 binary characters, it'll equate to a single character, which you can like write words with. Or I know I'm probably kind of hard to hear when there's all this noise happening. Yeah, ASCII. I've always pronounced it ASCII. I think that's the intended pronunciation. Yeah, if the binary is less than 8, it becomes a lot muddier if there is something, a message hidden. Like, if you just take the actual decimal value of that binary, like 10 being 2. Been a while since I've done binary. And then you can just take the number values, and then sometimes those decimal number values can be a letter of the alphabet, like 1 through 26. I've seen that done before. But I doubt that's the case here. It seems like it's just decorative binary just to look techy. Probably wasn't the way I was supposed to get up here. Here we go. You're not the same person anymore. What happened out there? Nations confirm that construction of the alien probe is underway. Well, here we go. Reclusive commanders in the running to pilot the craft now dubbed Exo One. Let's be clear, this is a one-way trip. Coronides? Coronides? Ooh, this looks cool. Oh, we got spherical gravity going on here. Oh my god, we're on an asteroid. The color of your name is just like you pick one color and it should be that way everywhere. It doesn't change depending on the channel. Like I've used like this teal color in my names for like 10 or more years. We've entered the orbit. Hey, thank you for the raid, Sphinx. I was just talking about you. You're talking about BCV rack and modular synth. and touch designer, and I recommended people follow you because you do all that kind of stuff. It's right towards the end of the game, so if anyone cares about being spoiled about Exo One, it's a beautiful game. Very therapeutic. Kind of roll around at the speed of sound. Got places to go. I think there's usually going to be like a fall or autumn sale on Steam. And this usually goes on sale too, so. Alright. I'm gonna go visit my son. Any millennia now. Okay, maybe I wasn't supposed to do this. I'm gonna like restart day. Oh, I'm supposed to be jumping between asteroids. Wow. Okay, game. Why don't you let me do what I want to do? Oh, it's on Game Pass? There you go. Okay, how do I get back? Thanks for the follow. Olix? Or Olu? Oh, and Wire Wolfie. Thank you. Oh, that's right, I can do this. Wow. Just forget all of what I was just taught up to this point. And after Exo One here, I'm going to be watching mysterious YouTube videos. Not like top 10 scariest moments caught on tape. Not like that. Even though those are interesting. I'm gonna watch a little bit probably about Red Dead Redemption 2 mysteries. A video someone posted in the Discord about number stations. They're one of my biggest interests. Looks like a good like introductory video for people who have no idea what a number station is. I don't feel like I'm doing this right. Everyone's watching YouTube videos on streams these days. I don't think there's anything bad about it. feel like I'm missing something. I know these geysers here could help guide me. I keep getting pulled back to the orbit of this place. I guess one more big gust. There we go. I think I broke orbit. Nice. Ow. Okay, keep going. Oops. Since I made it this far, you have a challenge for me? What is that? Are you about to, like, post something terrible in chat and have to ban you? Is that the challenge? Did I not make it out of orbit? Can't tell if I'm getting closer. I think I'm getting closer. Oh, you're doing a chills thing. And you made it this far. I have a challenge for you. There's someone that does a perfect impression of Chills and does parody videos. Actually, I should play one of those after this. Here we go. Oh no, did I miss it? Wait, go back. Oh no. I don't know where I am, who I am, how I am, or when I am. Here we go. Same as it ever was. Yeah, space known for its whistling winds. Oh! Wait. Here we go, here we go, here we go. Oh, I'm going the wrong direction. Gotta go towards the light. Oh, there we go. Fairness 23. Warning, high atmospheric magnetic flux levels detected. 13,000 Gaussian units. Ghost. Detecting essential systems shutting down. They ruled you out. You're grounded, I'm sorry. I don't know why people talk like this. Go spend some time with your family, would you? I'll find a way. I know what I saw. Magnetic interference. Energy offline, glide offline. Back to the fundamentals, I guess. Steering offline. I'm just a rock. And I can't even smell what I'm cooking. I can only use the gravity now. Gravity change thing. An interesting challenge. Got a little bit of air on that one. Thank you for the follow. Cordo draws. And leakin' stinkin'. So I cannot steer where I'm going right now. I think what's been going on is there was an accident during a trip to Jupiter where the astronaut saw this alien craft that we've been using. And ever since, he's felt drawn to recreate what he saw during testing of the recreation of the craft. Some kind of other tragedy happened. Which I don't quite understand. I mean, I don't think the story is meant to be very clear about how everything happened, but it's the feeling I get. Lightning power source detected. Cloud base at 1 kilometer altitude. Just barely make it. No. No. All right, turn me around. Wind. There we go. It is still satisfying gameplay even after a few hours of doing this. I want to know how they... Well, the game's kind of loud. I just wonder how they manage all these huge worlds. I can see the terrain being like different levels of detail loading in and out. Come on, wind. No. Oh. Yeah, I remember on the Source engine, the game called, or the mod called Empires, that had some of the largest maps that the Source engine had ever had at that time. And the way that they got around to doing that was they shrunk everything in the engine down so that worlds felt bigger. So like the player height was like a small fraction of the normal player height, and they had to adjust the physics and everything to get it to accommodate the shrunk size of everything. Yeah, I played Empires all the time back in the day. It was really fun. I wish we had more hybrid like RTS, FPS games. It was one of my favorite like little genres that came about during that time, kind of like Natural Selection 2. There was another one that came out too that was exactly what we're talking about, but it just never really took off. Energy storage containment 10%. Oh, our features are online. Yes. That was fun. Oh, now I'm supercharged. Nice. Or I guess I'm going back online or something. World at War was the name of the other one. With Empires, I remember one of the funniest things was this like exploit that people used where you could put landmines, you could stack them together so that they just looked like one mine, but you'd have 9 of them in one. So it's called 9 mining. So you'd go into an enemy barracks where they spawn, and you put 9 mines all like in a corner somewhere. So then when someone respawns on the enemy team, they would set off this like catastrophic explosion that would instantly destroy the barracks because there was so many landmines all packed into one tiny little spot. Oh, it's just another game that used that trick to make it bigger, I see. Those games are also really risky in multiplayer settings because it's like you're putting a lot of responsibility into one player, you know, being the commander. And it takes a lot of like mental effort to try to manage a team of real players because they probably aren't going to do what you say. Some players will intentionally not do what you say unless you give them something that they want. Which, like, in RTS games, you don't have to deal with, like, you know, individual wants and needs of players and that they'll, like, reject your commands. Oh, I think it's supposed to leave the atmosphere. That's what's going on. I was wondering why I wasn't getting anywhere. I have to get enough height to leave the planet. Okay. There we go. Jeez. That was still fun. Oh no. Yeah, it was telling me that at 10%, I assume that I get more power the higher up I get or something. Here we go. Oh, I'm supposed to go towards that. There's too many bright things pointing me in different directions. It just automatically pointed me this way. Wait, is it turning me around again? What am I doing wrong, game? You keep pointing me in different directions. Am I supposed to go towards this? This needs a mirror's edge button. Oh, here we go, here. Okay, I was supposed to get up here. Where you hold down the button and it just points your head where you're supposed to go. You don't feel quite so bad for not understanding. And there we go. So relaxing that you fell asleep watching the stream? Well, I'm glad I could be of service. Oh, totally botched that one. Oh my god. There we go. Island just popped in. Damn. Yeah, I think the color on the screen changes depending on how quickly you're moving. If you go over a certain speed, it starts like adding different effects and stuff. Camera, please. There we go. I think the stream title is clickbaity. What, because I say might stream more, maybe, or something like that? I already forgot what I made it. Why'd it fade out? almost there. Someone found the Boolean tool. I guess all of these are kind of just geometric shapes with cutouts. Uh-oh. Can't even tell where I am anymore. It's like a Rice 3D Trapper Keeper art. No, this planet was Darwin 3. Pretty cool. These are the lords and lairds plots that you can buy in Scotland. Yeah, it's like a 1 by 1 foot piece of the Scottish Highlands over Glasgow. Glasgow. And he's driving my motor. Eat a guy. Now he's dead by my hand. Dead. Cars. Motors. I only know this because I watch Limmy stream. My entire perception of Scotland is just Limmy. Can I do it? I try, but I can't do it. No! Okay, let's try that again. This is the big finale, the final maneuver that I have to do to finish this. I'm gonna fail it many times. Interesting thing though is I remember distinctly watching Limmy stream like years ago. And I could not understand most of what he said, but I've consistently watched him enough that now I just understand like almost everything he says. So I feel like I've learned a new language. I mean, that goes for any accent, not just Scottish. God, there we go. Uh-oh. Oh. Did I miss it? Okay, with the whole world watching, Exo One failed to launch. Returned again to the spotlight, claiming it was sent for me alone. Binds 3. So maybe it's so that the man-made Exo One failed to launch. An official investigation set to begin next week. Aren't you nervous? I feel like I'm already out there. There's nothing down here for me. Yeah, I feel like when they tried to recreate this craft, To everyone else, it appeared to fail, and apparently he died. But he must have had some kind of weird spiritual connection to it that he lives on in the craft. Maybe he was the craft that he saw that day that inspired him to build it himself. I'm supposed to be fighting the wind. Streams are nice to watch, Mono. Thank you. I think I should be #1 monotone streamer on Twitch. At least I have that in the tags. Guess I should have checked. However, there is Monotone Tim. And he's partnered. But I don't think he's streamed in years. So I think I'm the victor now. Thanks for the follow, Oramirs. Who's more monotone? I don't know, but there's a clip that I made on his channel. I don't know if I have it, where I think I donated bits and said something about being the most... Oh no, he read my name and he saw that it said that I'm the monotonist. And he said something like that he challenges me to be more monotone or something. I can't remember what it was exactly, but it was funny. Hello, Methodess. And hello, Gito. And who else was that? Killer 20i. No, wind! Wind, please. My profile picture makes it look like I'm offline on Twitch. Your killer 20, that was taken, so you had to add an I. Ah. You could have been killer 20 official. Or killer 20 real. I don't know why the whole planet's flashing. Like a texture error. It seems intentional. Looks better when it's dark, though. Could have kept it that way. Ow. Wasn't watching my energy levels. No! No! Ooh. Did I just discover the big mysterious anomaly in Control? It's a prequel to Control. Oh god. I did that wrong. Just decoding people in BFE. Oh, you're from the Battlefield Discord. Nice. And their audio is cringe as hell. Yeah, it's like, hey, can you get this Morse? And there's like voice chat in the background. And they're in like playing music in a Discord call. And there's people running and shooting. And they're like, hey, can you get this Morse? Thanks. Oh no, the wind is gonna ruin this one. No, 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 no! No! There we go. This is the Great Pyramid of Australia. Here we go. Now, to the light we go. Ooh, that was a good one. Yeah, that's satisfying. Imagine trying to sleep on this planet. It's just strobe lights all day. Have I seen Ringway Manchester on YouTube? No, is that the name of the channel? Doesn't sound familiar. Did a video on CIA number stations not long ago. Huh. Have to check that out. What's really interesting about the subject too is that like the majority of all the knowledge that people have on number stations are from mostly Russian ones, of course. Some German ones, some Cuban ones, but not a whole lot is known about American ones. So there was a document a while back that was from like the 80s or 90s that was a Russian document researching American number stations. So it was really interesting to read other countries' investigations on American espionage. I mean, as an American, that's interesting to me because we don't really hear about other countries' intel on us. I don't understand why the light's pulsating. It's kind of distracting. I feel like it's not supposed to be because there's no like source of the light. That's the thing with number stations, is that they're often broadcasting all the time. They keep to a regular schedule. Power source deterioration imminent. But as far as we know, it's very rare that a real message is sent over them. Almost there. I have found it. There's a hangar in the desert. I'll take you there, but it's not going to be easy. You're leaving me? Yeah, this is a lot longer than I thought it was going to be. The estimated time is 3 hours. It's been about 3.5 hours. Oh, is this entire planet made of clouds? Yeah, it looks really cool. Yeah, I'm slow. I like taking my time with games. Oh yeah, and Killer 20, appreciate you guys helping out in the channels like that on the Easter egg Discord. I remember we used to just be a couple of us helping people out now, and then it got so tiring after the years and years of people coming back that it's great when people take over and help out. You're grinding the legendary roll. Nice. Okay, I think that's what I'm supposed to do. Okay. I think I'm making a little bit more height each time. Oops. Yeah, I still have a folder of like 120 or so recordings of Morse code from when the first phase of the first Battlefield 1 Easter egg came out. The beginning ones. That was like one of the weirdest weeks of my life, where I was just getting random people messaging me Morse code messages, and I was just like decoding like a madman all day. I was one of the only people that wanted to. That was like 2016 or something. It was quite a long time ago. Always hard to tell if I'm getting any closer to things. You were a baby back in 2016. You're like 6 years old right now. Amazing typing ability for 6 years old. I think Battlefield 1 came out in 2016 or 17. Can't remember. Oops, I ran out of energy. God damn it. There we go. Whoa. Well, Method S, it's, they haven't done anything with BF 2042. I'm in the minority and I actually really enjoy 2042. I see its problems, but I still have like 100-something hours in it. But the company's split up. The main guy that did a lot of the Easter eggs has moved to Ripple Effect, a different studio. And it's just the whole team is all over the place in different studios, and they're trying to get the game into better shape. So the Easter egg potential of 2042 is kind of unknown right now because there's just not much. I mean, there are funny little like one-off references here and there, but there's no like big puzzle like previous games. At least not that we're aware of. Okay, I think I'm almost there. This is beautiful, being pulled in the air. I think. Good morning, Hexen. How dare you fall asleep? Not on my stream. Not at my 5 in the morning on a weekend stream. Here we go. Event recreated. Singularity loop forming. Uh-oh. Hate it when this happens. I'm sorry, you have to let them go. But I can get them back. Oops, scare. See you on the other side. Good luck and Godspeed. Got some serious storm activity now, visibility low. That sound, shut it off, I can't think straight. We have a problem, Jupiter Orbiter, we're on fire. Oh, it's all happening again. What's that? Jupiter Orbiter, flyer. Does anyone hear me? I'm in. I'm in Jupiter flyer. Wish this... Oh, I didn't have to voice it. Safely ejected pod 1, over. Does anyone else read? I'm out. Did someone hit us? Did something hit us? Right behind you. Whoever hit eject back there, I owe you a beer. Reporting in. Wow, what was that light? Leaving the cloud layer, coming back home. Over. An entire world filled with clouds. You'd never touch the ground. I want to go. I want to go. Here we go. For all the astronauts and explorers who risked everything. Like the game was made by 2 or 3 people mainly. That was nice. Do I ever play Ready or Not? No, not really my type of game. I like Battlefield games, but not really that type. Wow, a lot of special thanks. So, what it sounds like, that Jupiter has some sort of psychokinetic entity that exists out there and it just sort of toys around with explorers and pulls them in and out of existence over and over. Yeah, I don't fully understand what's going on. I mean, like I was saying, like I think it's not really supposed to be a story that you understand. It's kind of like kind of speaking to the just weirdness and unknown of space. Like, how do you tell a story in the unknown? But I like that concept of that there are unexplainable forces that exist out there that can't be detected by visible light and other means that humanity uses. Are you coming back? Control this? Oh. Oh, we're on Jupiter. This is it. This is Jupiter. Oops, all gas. Ooh. This is really cool. Yeah, I don't understand why all the voices are kind of ambiguous. I guess so, to try to not to pin a specific ethnicity onto them or something. Like we don't know what space program this is, where these astronauts come from. Still kind of weird. I don't know. I mean, being American, I'm so used to hearing American voices in games all the time that it doesn't really faze me how often that is the go-to. Oh. Seemed like Jupiter Flyer caused a bigger than ever supermassive black hole in the past that ended up being a Big Bang, the bright white, and then sifting through galaxies and then back to Jupiter. So maybe you were playing as every ball to get there back to Jupiter before the next Big Bang bounce. This would ended with a black hole, or don't know enough about physics of space to try to justify things happening, but I know it's like it was clever that as you're re-entering Milky Way, that you'd hear the different Earthling radio transmissions that are caught having traveled out light years away. You like American pronunciation of words better than Australian? I don't know. It's like weird, being American. I always think hearing American voices makes people sound uneducated. I could say this because I'm American, okay. But, like, for example, in Skyrim, I always thought it so took me out of the world when you have just a regular American voice. Because I guess to Americans, it sounds like exotic and like refined and classy to have British-ish voices. I know Skyrim also has a lot of like Scandinavian influenced voices as well. Like Skyrim belongs to the Nords. But then there's the guy that's like, hey, I'm fighting some orcs in my basement. Can you help me out? I just think if the fantasy genre is based on uh, old English mythology, I think it makes more sense for voices to be mostly from that influence and then just have a random American voice. Like, American accents aren't that old, at least as we know them today, only like a couple hundred years compared to British English and such that goes back like way, 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 way back. All right, well, this is a cool ending. Ending journey. Yeah, that was the final jupe. Oh, it gives my playtime. 2 hours, 27 minutes, 33 seconds. I wonder what story implications that has. The fact that they show you the time. Why else would they just show it so plainly and on top of Jupiter if it didn't have some additional meaning? Really nice soundtrack here. It was a nice, convenient spot for the music to end. I hate abruptly cutting nice music off. I'm one of those people where, you pull in to your house, even though I don't drive that much anymore, but pull up to your house and if there's a song playing, I have to like wait until the song ends before I get out of the car. I don't like just pulling myself out of it. Oh, the stream marker feature comes in useful. I can mark when I start and stop games, so when I'm putting this on YouTube later, I don't have to go back and rub through everything to figure out, like, when did this asshole stop talking so I can cut it off, put it on YouTube. I do way too much. Yeah, if you don't actually go out of your way to wait for the song to finish, it just like naturally finishes right when you pull onto the driveway. It's like, yes. Like I was mentioning earlier too, is like I've been getting into VCV Rack, which is like the modular synth simulator kind of thing for producing like generative music and sound and all that in general. And there's a YouTube video or a series of a guy that does tutorials for it, and he has a strong French accent. And every time he produces a sound he likes, he goes like, "Oh yes, oh yes." So I always think about that. Something in life happens in an expected way, like, "Oh yes." You purposefully shut the music off before turning off your car so you can feel like you're in control. I'm in control of my life. I'm not going to let music tell me what to do. Sounds extremely romanticized notion, but I think it's really magical that music exists. It's like a form of uh, of manipulation that is desirable, not like chemically manipulating your mind, making your body panic and wonder what is going on with my body right now. But like music is like your body agrees with it. Everyone's in unison here. Your liver isn't gonna like hate you after all, like the drinking you've done or whatever. Music is like it benefits everyone. Make music, people can enjoy music, it can make you feel emotions, it can make you like feel just about anything. The fact that music exists, and I think music only exists because the human brain is structured in a way that it loves patterns and associations. Like the human brain in a nutshell is just a pattern recognition machine. So just like I don't think you can enjoy music unless you've lived a life. I know like babies and stuff can like wiggle around and recognize musical tones and stuff, but like arguably people say, when a child is developing inside the mother, that the heartbeat is the person's first exposure to music, and then ever since birth, kind of a subliminal thought, thinking back to the comforting sound of a beating heart. Like that's where it all begins. So when you listen to music, it's a really complicated version of the human heart or something like that. I don't know. And it is interesting too, like how drastically different people's music tastes can be. Like Roy, you're saying in chat, you used to like nice sounding music, but he got older, you start to understand noise and punk, which I used to think nothing about nice about them. Yeah, like for me, uh, I just don't understand how people can enjoy angry music. I don't think there's anything wrong with it, but it's just some people just they have to listen to just screaming and really harsh sounds. And that just makes me so uncomfortable. Like people at I don't know, a lot of forms of metal, if there's vocals, they're just like absolutely screaming. Or even not just the tone of music, but also if there's lyrics in a song that have just really hateful and angry and emotionally charged lyrics, it's like ugh, not the life I want to live. But I think the music you listen to is sort of a reflection of emotions that you're comfortable with, because music in a way reminds you of feelings. And like if music can bring you back to a desirable mental state, it does. So that's why I think music is so cool, where it's like I can make myself feel, or someone else can make me feel certain ways, sort of a sneaky, indirect way just by music. I mean, just like when you watch a movie, it's like you're being manipulated. Like if you're watching a movie with someone and someone will be like, I don't know, I have a feeling something's gonna happen. I don't know what it is. I feel like something bad's gonna happen. I feel like you've been manipulated. You know, the cinematographer has framed things in such a way to make you feel that. The music is a certain way, certain tones, certain harmonies, instrumentation, all these things are there to make you feel certain emotions and to try to predict things, not predict, but sort of give you a feeling before it actually happens, which I think everyone realizes, but they might not realize when it's happening. You don't really like metal either, but it's also the culture surrounding it. Don't want to hear metal, but I want to go to a concert, and you want to be in a mosh pit. Yeah, that's the thing too. Like when I've been spending so much time in VR chat. I mean, lately not as much, but I have. Let me check. This is not important to the story, but they have 960 hours in VR chat, and there's I like a lot, if not most, of just electronic music as a big blanket genre. But then I'll go to some VR clubs, and I've been to some clubs in real life and stuff too. And it's like I'll hear music that is just so harsh and unpleasant to listen to that I really don't enjoy it. But I like the atmosphere. I like the visuals associated with it, and it's kind of cool being around people who enjoy similar types of music. So I can still enjoy it because there's other aspects of it that I like being around. That's the cool thing with electronic music is that the oftentimes the visuals associated with the music is a huge part of it. Like I always bring up like the most over the top musical show I've ever been to in my life was actually New Year's of 2019 going into 2020. So I have that video on my channel where it's like 3, 2, 1, Happy New Year 2020, woo! Looking forward to the future. And but that whole performance, that whole show was just the most visually intense thing I've ever seen. It was extremely loud and I had earplugs in the whole time, but just like the giant LED screens that are all had like video going across each of the screens and they're all synchronized with like music doing this and that, and there's like spotlights and effects and strobe lights, and there's just so much goes into the visuals of that genre of music that's like a huge part of it that I love. And there's a lot of that in VR chat, so it's a cool way to kind of see if you'd like this kind of for free. You don't even need a headset. You can just hang out in desktop. Yeah, and in modern times, there's just so many subgenres of all genres of music that like you'll find something you like somewhere. I think it's almost impossible for someone to safely say, I don't like all of genre, because there's just so many people making music of all different levels of expertise. There's big name labels out there. There's just random person with a laptop. There's so many people, and all the genres are influencing one another, blending stuff together. It's just like there will always be some music that exists somewhere that you in general would like. Just a matter of finding it. Like, I didn't listen to much music at all growing up. I liked video game music. I like classical music. This is like me in the late 90s, early 2000s. And I just never sat and listened to music. And a lot of people around my age grew up where like, oh yeah, like Linkin Park, all these different kinds of rock that they think a lot about, or they listen to. It's just all different forms of rock for the most part. And I just never really grew attached to rock music. I didn't listen to it much. And then it wasn't until 2006-ish when I was graduating high school, going into college, where I started listening to streaming radio stations online, like Shoutcast and all of that. And I started realizing, like, wow, there's so much more music in the world than I ever thought. And I was just jumping between all these different stations, and I found a lot of different electronic music. I was like, this is so amazing. I didn't know this existed. So all of a sudden I had developing a big love for electronic because there's just so much variety within electronic. Like, it's all about just like you never know what they're going to be sampling, what sort of sounds they're going to produce. And I like futuristic feeling and sounding things. And all of that just appeals so much more to me than most other things. Anyway, um, so what I'm going to do, I don't know, probably just another couple hours. I know it's almost 6 in the morning here, but I'm not that tired. It's Sunday. Gonna watch some video. I'm actually going to edit my stream info midstream, which I always forget to do. We're gonna go to, what is it? Just chatting. What do I even call this? Video, how about weird, mysterious videos and stuff. There you go. Have I played Stealth Bastard or Stealth Inc. on console? I haven't even heard of that, no. Beast synth music and gameplay is fun. Huh. Let me look that up real quick. I haven't even heard of this. I know you guys can't see anything. I'm just gonna click through this real quick. Nice. It's a pretty old game now, and it has a sequel. Oh. I gotta rearrange everything so that I can use my monitor to show videos easier. Um, feel like I should get a third monitor. I don't have any room on my desk. Two, and I have my tower on my desk. The room is very small. Closet. Oh, I gotta move chat. You guys are so heavy. There's so many of you. Just moving the window like drags behind. Put the monitor on a wall. There's a window behind my computer. I can't really attach a monitor or anything. I don't want like the sun beating down on the monitor all day. Hot. Okay. Well, one thing, this is probably my most anticipated game of the year. And we don't really know if it's going to come out this year because they haven't given a date, but they're estimating 2022 still. Called Somerville. Somerville. But you will immediately notice that it looks a lot like Inside. And it's because it was made by one of the co-founders of Playdead, who went on to make Inside. And the art direction is very reminiscent of it. But I love that kind of art direction. I love this kind of storytelling. So here's the first trailer from 5 years ago. Can't believe it was that long ago. Okay, make sure this captures. Hmm. Okay. The 5-year-old trailer, so that's probably changed. This is their first game as a studio. Loving all the synths. Yeah, basically Joel's house, Sweden. Actually, I don't know where it takes place for sure. We have that. Then is trailer 2. It does look a lot like Oxenfree now that I think about it. Color choice for sure. In perspective. Then, these are 3. I think we get a lot more substance. Here we go. Yeah, this shows a lot. And I love this sort of like this is one of my favorite scenarios in fiction is Earth as it is today, but something really big beyond human understanding is happening to Earth, and we see how the world reacts to it. So I'm not saying like post-apocalyptic zombie invasion, not that kind of thing. More like something that feels kind of like it could happen, not necessarily a threat to humanity. Like a good example I'm talking about is the movie. What is it called? We watched it on Discord together. Um, like the something. It has that thing where like aliens show up and their ships are just big, kind of like a really big primitive shape that just floats barely above the ground and just sits there and doesn't do anything. And the world tries to figure out, okay, well, what do we do with this? And they sit there trying to study it, and like the main character is this woman who teaches linguistics or something like that, and is there to try to understand how can we communicate with this. I can't remember what is that. I don't remember, but that type of situation is most interesting to me. And that kind of seems like what Somerville is about is a big presence of some other force that we don't understand, and it's just here on Earth, and we're just figuring out how to deal with it. Okay, so here's the trailer 3. A lot more goes on here. Oh yes. Like they know that they're taking heavy inspiration from film. Like look at the way they formatted the credits. Got major deja vu from me explaining that. Definitely I repeat myself a lot on stream because I like certain concepts and values that are really important to me. And when there's new people here, I like to feel like, well, you're here watching my stream. I guess we better get to know each other a little. Get to know each other. Supposed to be getting Oxenfree 2, right? I know they delayed it. Oxenfree was a really cool game. Part of it was frustrating to me because they lean in really hard to the whole high school drama that takes me out of games when they try to. I don't think this is them doing things badly. It's just this sort of trope annoys me. Is when there's clearly something like supremely fucked that's happening to Earth or to the people involved. And they let their own like personal drama, their the drama from before the incident get in the way, like their petty problems. Like, but he was like dating her like last year. I mean, I know there's a ghost that's trying to kill us, but like, I can't believe he said that to her. It's like, come on. Like, there's a weird, unexplainable paranormal like phenomena happening here that is literally killing people, and we're worrying about like little high school drama between people, and it was all voiced by adults trying to sound like high schoolers, which got a little cringy. Uh, I didn't like that aspect of it. But I realized like you can't really make the game entirely about the paranormal stuff. I mean, I'd still play it, but they're trying to make it more complex than that. So I get what they're doing, but I didn't like that part. And Oxenfree had a big ARG associated with it that was actually pretty well done. And there's a documentary on it on YouTube. And I'm so glad. Okay, when you watch the documentary, you'll kind of know what I'm saying. But like the gamerest of gamers were the people that followed the ARG through and were going out in real life to complete the further steps of it. And in the documentary, they actually interview the guy that was making the puzzles and stuff for them too. So you get to see both sides of it. Um, so oh, but I was gonna say it's funny because I showed that documentary on stream. Like I did a stream a while back where we kind of stepped through all of the different things that happened with the Oxenfree ARG. Just because it's a really interesting one. There's a whole wiki just for the ARG, so I recommend checking it out. And I showed the documentary, and then in the comments of my VOD upload was the person who made the documentary, and they're like, "Oh, I didn't expect to see this shown here." And I was so relieved that I didn't say anything bad about the people in the documentary. I didn't know the creator was gonna like show up and listen to my commentary about it. The people are very quirky in that video. Just have to watch it to see what I mean. They're like, if I was in that crowd trying to solve these puzzles, I would have been a little frustrated because they're all really young and kind of annoying. Okay, so here's the most recent Somerville trailer from most recent one's from 9 months ago. I thought they just released. Okay, well, I'm still gonna play this game and I'll probably like it a lot. It leans in really hard on the like the hard sci-fi or whatever they call it, especially seen in this trailer. A little more than I usually like, but either way, it still seems like a Yeah, the music goes really hard. That's like full on silver screen. Making sure I don't have any embarrassing recommendations. All right, this is all. Got Red Letter Media, got Kira TV, Half-Life stuff. It's all good. All right. Um, they preferred it when the sci-fi was a little more toned down. Yeah, and I read, and this makes a lot of sense, that one of their big influences is Out of This World or Another World, called Out of This World in America and Another World in the UK, well, Europe. I think they renamed it in America because there was a movie called Another World, or I think that was released around the same time, and they didn't want to have a potential like lawsuit or something like that. It does kind of have like a Generation Zero. And Out of This World is a game that I also have a lot of nostalgia for. When I played it again more recently, I was like, oh, this game, the gameplay doesn't age very well because it's so unforgiving that you just get more frustrated than anything. But the way it looks will always stick with me. Like, here, I'll just show some gameplay of it and you guys will see the similarities if you haven't seen it already. Game's really short too. I never realized you can get through the whole game at like a casual pace in under an hour. And there's a scene in the game that, as a bab, I was so proud of, even though it was an accident, because my brother was playing the game, who's a lot older than me, and he got stuck on a part where you are in a tank that has like 1,000 different buttons in it, and you have to figure out what buttons to press to get this escape pod to launch you out of it before the enemies close in on you. We could never get past that part, and I was just as a bab was just pressing random buttons over and over again, and I figured out the combination by accident. And so it's thanks to me that we progressed forward in the game. Here's the original DOS. I think this should be the most authentic. Game is Out of This World, called Another World in everywhere outside of the US. This is just someone's playthrough of it, but here's the introduction. Oh, the DOS soundtrack might sound. Oops, sorry, that's a lot. This is the introduction. This is one of the games that brought a lot of attention to rotoscoping, kind of like Prince of Persia. Remember at the time I was like, oh my god, I can't wait to have a holographic computer. This looks so badass. Thinking about it now, having a cubic computer that's see-through would be really annoying to have. You think glare is bad? Imagine just the back, whatever's behind your monitor getting in the way. And actually, this is where you start playing. And it's such a funny thing is that when this game was new, people thought this was a part of the cutscene still when you get teleported underwater. So you're just sitting there like with your hands off the keyboard and you're just staring at the screen and you just fall to the bottom, drown, and die. And then you just keep watching that repeating cycle of drowning over and over. Like, oh, am I supposed to be playing? But this person knew to immediately swim away like this. I've always really liked the world that this takes place in. It looks so cool. And you get some leech kicking gameplay. It's another one of these games where you can die in like 40 different ways, and there's cutscenes for every death. Well, I always like this moment that comes up here. Oh, you're gonna 100% the game, dude. Kick every leech. This moment always stuck with me. And in the Somerville trailer, this exact, well, almost exact moment happened in the most recent trailer, so you can see their inspirations. I thought the bad guys in this game were so badass when I was a kid. Like, dude, I want a big black cloak like this. So cool. Have I played The Dig? No, but it always looked like a really cool game. I know it has kind of a similar style. And the alien language is so funny. I wonder if it's in this version. Okay. I messed up. A Jenga. It must stop. Jenga. Jazz music stops. The NES Blaster, I believe they traced over for this when you pick up the gun. World is just cool. Alright, so yeah, you running around. One of the alien dudes is on your side. He eventually gets captured. Sorry, I'm kind of spoiling the whole game. But this part sucked so bad that you're rolling around in a vent and you're trying to avoid steam. And it's so precise what does and doesn't kill you, and the timing is awful. And then you get your gun supercharged, so where you can make shields and get really big shots that break through doors. Then you do some like Prince of Persia style platforming. And rocks fall, and then you're underwater, I think. Your friend you can see coming to meet you. I think there is a couple boobies game, if I remember correctly. Because there's a moment where you crash through the ceiling of like a bathhouse. Wow. Alright, here you go. Yeah, so you get captured and you put into this big tank as part of like an entertainment thing, and you have to figure out how to get out of this tank. And this is where, as a kid, I just like pressed a bunch of random buttons and somehow got through. Alright, shield your eyes. Oh no, it's just ass, it's not boob. Oh. And for everyone that just tabbed back in because I said that, you don't have to make a clip to look back, it's just vector ass like that. There. Okay. Right, then your friend gets in a fist fight because you're like very injured and can't walk anymore, and he fights him off just long enough for you to pull the lever. Can't remember what it does. See, this is the evil one because it has red eyes. Oh! Yeah, and you time that just right. Kills him. And then random big dragon thing pulls you away. Safety. Oh yeah, your friend carries you. And then we have like a never-ending story credit scene. Never-ending story. Da-da-da. Why, this whole game was made by one guy! Except for the music. Alright. And what else was I gonna show? Take my breath away. For anyone unaware, there is a Diablo 2 remaster ARG going on right now. I don't know, they might have figured it out. See if there's been any updates. No? I'll just scrub all the floors and hire. No, I'll scrub through this video really quick for anyone that cares. But Diablo 2 Remastered had a patch.
Comments have been saying we have not given up. We are still working
There's this
tirelessly
guy.
to try.
There's a whole Google Doc talking about it. Wait, this is not the video where he explains it. Here we go.
Found this
So a lot of you probably know about the gem in Diablo in the lobby where it says gem activated. You click on this little decorative thing in the lobby and it just says activated. Click it again, it says deactivated. So they updated Diablo 2 Remastered to make it so that the gem actually gives you a number that people didn't know what the purpose was for a long time. So the game updated, and in the patch notes they had this photograph that had a Visionaire cipher on it that told you to look into the gem. And this little disc down here looks exactly like the gem. And it turns out that the number Well, here's you getting the number in the chat on the stream thing. That all the numbers that you get were part of a book cipher. A book cipher is where you have a book and everyone involved in the secret of anyone using the cipher needs to have the exact same book, exact same version and everything. And the sequence of numbers can be broken into page, line, and word. So the first few pages, first few numbers give you the page number, and then the line number, and then the word number, and then you idea the ciphers that you piece together. It's kind of ransom note style, a message based on all of the words in this book. So they put together this massive story, which is like a huge lore dump talking about Diablo 2 lore. Then they found out that like the each section, the first few letters of the titles of each section could be pieced together to make a phrase, which says the gem is all seen, but they already used the gem, so they don't know what the purpose of that is. Uh, yeah, I think that's the furthest they got. I think they also found that there were some repeating sections, repeating sets of numbers. And if you put all the repeating ones together, it put together the word or the phrase Blizzard owns the lore or something like that. So they're kind of at a dead end. They don't know where to go with this theory, but that's going on. If you care about Diablo Resurrected, there's an ARG going on. So ARG alert. The creator of Out of This World worked on the game Future Wars for the Amiga and From Dust. I remember From Dust. I think I played the demo, or I think I have it on Steam actually, because it was on sale for like 50 cents or something. I remember it sounded like a cool game, but when I played it, it wasn't very fun. It was a neat game with fun mechanics, but not much to it. Yeah. Probably an ARG and Trombone Hero. I thought there might have been for a while, but I think it's just a quirky game that has like secret baboons and stuff in it. I don't think it's an ARG. Like it would have to leave the game and exist outside of the world of the game for it to really be considered an ARG. And that's just kind of one of the frustrating things is like ARGs are the term is so open-ended. It's hard to really classify stuff with it. Sometimes people are like, oh, there's Morse code in this game. Must be an ARG. Like, just because there is a mystery in something doesn't mean one. I don't know. I just run into that a lot. Who knows? Maybe there is one. But my initial thoughts is that I don't think there is. It's just a weird, quirky game. Like the binary in the Exo game. Yeah. ARG predates video games. The term alternate reality game, I don't think came around until 20 or I don't know, like 2003, something like that. So it definitely doesn't predate games, but Easter eggs, that's another kind of frustrating term. Like Easter egg, I believe the origin is credited to the old, I think it's a DOS game called Adventure, where, or Atari game, I think, where the programmer that made the whole game was not allowed to put his name in the credits because they wanted to be recognized as the company that made it, not the individual. And he was frustrated by that because he literally made the whole thing by himself and doesn't get his name put in it. So he put a single pixel in the game where if you click it or walk over it or something like that, it says like game created by and then his name. And it wasn't found out until way later. Oh, yeah, ARGs as like a concept, like scavenger hunts, that idea has existed for a really, I mean, that's just kind of general human nature. Like, there was a video about like the oldest ARG or something, and and it was a part of a book, or it was a book that was known to be fictional for a very long time, and then people eventually discover that the author of the book actually created a whole series of real world mysteries based on the book. So people started connecting the dots of these fictional characters and connecting them to real world locations and places. And it ended up being this big, elaborate, like global game that people were playing from the book. Then the author set it all up. People didn't even know it existed for a long while after the book released. And this was like in the 70s, I think. I think the concept of that style of game has been around forever, but the actual term alternate reality game I think is really recent. And I wish there was a better word to describe category or like a type of mystery in a game. Because when you say Easter egg, it can mean so many different things. Not only is Easter egg such a loaded term, it's like, does it have anything to do with Easter, the holiday? No. Does it have anything to do with the Bible? No. Does it have anything to do with eggs? No. Does it have to do with Easter eggs? No. Then why call it an Easter egg? Yeah, because some guy called it that once, and now we're just all talking using that term. And there was a rumor that the term was coined because of a film where on Easter, the holiday, people on the staff hid Easter eggs, like painted eggs, around the set. And when they went on filmed, um, they didn't find all the eggs, so a lot of them were left in the movie. So it became a thing of like Easter egg hunting that when you watch the film, you can spot the different hidden eggs in the background that weren't supposed to be there. But then I later heard that that was not true. That ended up being like a made up story, and there wasn't a movie that had to do with this. I don't know. So who really knows where it came about? Finding something hidden is the only connection I can make with the name Easter egg. Yeah, it's just such a bad word these days, especially because when I think of Easter egg in modern context, I think of, okay, a thing hidden in a video game, which isn't always true. Sometimes they're hidden in movies, stuff like that too. And then within video games, there's a one off reference like, oh, it's an Easter egg in this game because this character is named after another character in a different game made by the same developer. So it's an Easter egg because it doesn't have to do with the world that we are in right now. It's like kind of a fourth wall breaking reference to like an inside joke kind of thing. Like, so there's that. But then now there can be Easter eggs that are huge games within games. Like the Battlefield series, of course, is a good example. Like the Phantom Bow, where like you're playing a whole different game that exists. It's like a puzzle solving uh scavenger hunt thing that has nothing to do with the normal gameplay of Battlefield. And people call that an Easter egg. It's like we're classifying a big elaborate game experience with a sing in the same term as being used to just as a one-off reference or something. So and people aren't using the term ARG like this, but I kind of feel like people should start calling elaborate games within games that are hidden inside games, calling those ARGs? No, I don't think that really fits the classification because when I think about it, like an ARG is usually a game, a created game that exists across multiple mediums, more than one. So, like if you're in a game and suddenly it takes you to a website, like you've left the game and now it's a cross medium experience. But arguably, if you use, like, if you think of alternate reality game, and I know I've probably lost everyone on my explanation here. I've just been thinking about this lately, so I feel like saying it. Is reality is the baseline. When when you're playing an ARG and maybe they'll have something on Twitter and a website, maybe a real world GPS coordinates. There's all these different elements. The real world is like the stage in which this game exists because social media, for the most part, is the real world. Like when you're playing an ARG, you are yourself. You're not a character in the game. You are just you, and you are choosing to, you're suspending your disbelief and just immersing yourself in this performance of a game experience. But the real world is a stage. So now, if you think about it, what if we also use ARG to describe a game that has a whole set of like convention breaking things that exist within the game? So, in the case of the Battlefield example, we have this Phantom program that has a website. It has you're not capturing bases and fighting each other for this. You're cooperating, you're solving puzzles, you're deciphering Morse code, you're finding little dog tags hidden all over the place. You're doing stuff that isn't normal gameplay. But the game is the baseline in this case, not reality anymore. Reality is the video game, and the alternate reality is the departure from regular gameplay. All of a sudden it's like I think that should be called an ARG because even if it never had a website, it's still a departure from expectations and conventions. So I don't think it should be called an Easter egg because it's not just a reference. It's an entire game within a game. Isn't an Easter egg more the fact that it's um, a reference not directly related to the game and it's hidden, the broad blanket definition? That's what all your subcategories describe. A reference not directly related to the game. I think it does qualify. And I guess, the word Easter egg does work in this case. So I guess my argument is just that there are so many different types of Easter eggs that go across a wide spectrum of complexity that we need better words for describing what we're talking about. Like for the Call of Duty zombies Easter egg stuff, they call it the Easter egg, and the devs are just straight up like, "Hey, we just integrated the Easter egg into the game." And the Call of Duty Zombies thing is so elaborate that now they have a whole team that makes the zombies Easter egg. It's no longer just like a weird little um departure from gameplay. It has become the gameplay. And the only thing that sets it apart from regular gameplay is that it involves more puzzle centric gameplay and not as much shooting. So then that just blurs all the lines. And I guess that's kind of part of the allure of ARGs is that the lines are so blurry that you don't know where the boundaries are of the game. And that's the thrill of it, is like you feel a little paranoid and scared. Like this game could exist anywhere. Like there might be someone at my door. Like if you've never participated in an ARG before and there's a really good one and you're getting really into it, you get this feeling of paranoia because you don't know where the boundaries are set. Am I just going to get a text message? Am I going to get arrested? I don't know what's happening kind of feeling. And people like that. And people are afraid of it too. A lot of people don't like ARGs because they like it's the creators like pushing boundaries constantly, comfort levels. Like anything, when something niche becomes mainstream, it actually deviates from its original intent. Yeah, when people use the same word and it doesn't transfer the original intent. Just like genres of video games are so bad these days. It's like, oh, I'm playing an FPS. It's like, uh, but do you shoot in this FPS? No, but it's still an FPS, first person shooter. Is you're like seen out of the eyes of a character? Is that the only qualification for an FPS? And it's like, oh, I'm playing an adventure game. It's just the labeling of game genres is doesn't work too well these days because games have just blended into one another so much. It's same with like the term like rogue light. That's debated all the time too. Um, I was going to show a number station video, but I think since we're talking about secrets in games, maybe watch this Red Dead Miss. I just thought it was funny how the fighting genre, how specific that is. It's true. It's like I'm just thinking of a parent or someone who has no idea about video games or anything. And be like, "Hey, I like playing fighting games." And then for this kid's birthday, their parent buys them like a Call of Duty game. And then you're like, "No, I want fighting games." You're like, "Well, you're fighting in war, right?" Like, "Well, yeah, but that's not a fighting game." Same with like brawler games or shmup. Always hated the sound of that shoot 'em up games. Like when my grandma calls household appliances by their company names. Like, yeah, every game console is a Nintendo. But I think that is now becoming a thing of the past because people who grew up with games and were passionate for video games now have kids of their own. So they understand the differences. So now I'm just waiting, like, what's the new thing that's gonna make me confused and I'm gonna incorrectly refer to them all the time? I'm gonna call all streamers monotonous. Good luck with that. One thing that annoys me is like when people call a headset, a VR headset, a VR. Like, yeah, I gotta put my VR on. Oh, I gotta buy a VR. Like, VR is a concept, it's not a thing. Or they'll say, like, oh, it's like, what headset do you have? Oh, I have an Oculus. Like, what? An Oculus Rift? An Oculus Go? An Oculus Quest? But at the same time, like, cars are something I don't particularly care about. And when people are talking about cars, like let's say like, oh, can you describe what the car looked like? And like it had doors, it had four doors, it wasn't a truck. And then meanwhile they like know all the brand names and like the makes and the year it was from and all these like really specific things that I have never thought about. Like, I don't know, I just use a car to get from one place to another. Your mom says to turn off the internet when really she's talking about the computer, really. Um, I guess as someone who is reaching the old 34, almost dead basically. Right now, the thing that puzzles and confuses me that the youth are doing is anything with like TikTok and WhatsApp. What's the other thing that people I don't hear much about it anymore. Wasn't there some other app that was really popular with because of all the filters it had before TikTok? Oh, Snapchat. That's a whole thing that is completely lost on me. At least I know what social media is, so I understand why people like it. So it's not as big of a leap as not having computers your whole life, and then suddenly you're in your 50s and a computer is put in front of you. Like that's a huge like mental leap of lifestyle to make. So it's not as big of a jump as that, but still, I'm just thinking about like why do people like Snapchat? Like why is it a thrill that this message is only temporary? Eh, I've always kind of said that about myself. Is that like suddenly getting really profound? But I want to live a life that couldn't have been lived just a few years ago. That's why I like being involved with like VR and streaming and just stuff that is so new that it's unique to what the world is like right now. I see so many people on dating site stuff that are all like, I just want to get away from technology. I just want to travel. I want to go backpacking around Europe. Like that's all cool and everything, but and I like to travel eventually, but to me, that was such a boring way to live life. It's just doing stuff that people have been doing forever. I want to be involved in stuff that could only happen now. When I look back at it, I'll be like, yeah, this is like the forefront of human advancement. You don't understand what Snapchat is? It's like I barely understand. I think it's like Twitter. I could get this wrong. It's like Twitter except for closer circles of friends, but not as personal as like a one-on-one like text message or like Discord DMs. Not that personal. It's more of like a little more personable than Twitter, but not as much as a private DM. Well, circles of friends and their friends are all within their like Snapchat groups, I guess. And when you send photos and messages, they only exist for a set amount of time and then they delete themselves. Have I heard of something called Be Real? You must post a selfie every 24 hours, no matter what you're doing. Why is there like a threat where it's like, oh, your account gets deleted if you don't do it or something like that? I guess that's a direction that things are probably going, are the chronically online generation. Like I know, like, and I think, oh, I sure spend a lot of time on the computer. I'm like spending a few hours doing this. I'm like watching videos, and I think to myself, like, oh man, sure, I'm doing a lot of computer stuff. Maybe I should go outside for a while or something. And then I see someone online that has like literally they sleep in a Discord call with headphones talking to their friends at all times. Like they never disconnect from their friend group through the internet. They're always talking every second of the day, never taking a break. They sleep with, in Discord calls, like chronically online things. And I feel like that's only going to get worse, or people are going to feel like they need to be on the internet all the time. Like I see people video chatting, walking down the street in a video call. And I feel like that's not only is that really distracting, is it really necessary? Like you're kind of putting yourself at in danger by focusing so much of your attention on a video call while you're walking alone. Like I live in a big city where there is a lot of crime, and I've seen crime happen. But I feel like I'm a little bit safer than the average person because other people make themselves such easy targets for theft that I'm kind of kind of relieved that some people are so reckless with their own safety. Like they're just they'll have over ear headphones that and they're blasting music. So their sense of hearing has been completely surrendered. So if someone's walking up behind them, they'll have no idea. And they're by themselves. And it's like 1 in the morning and they're in a bad part of town. It's like you're just setting yourself up to be like robbed. People are so reckless with how they treat technology. Like I can't even have music at all when I'm out in public. I know I'm a little extreme, but having anything in my ears when I'm out walking alone feels like a huge safety risk. I just don't ever do it. If I could safely, I would, but oh, I feel like people who do video calls are probably connecting with their family abroad and they want to see each other as much as they can. I definitely think video calls have their valuable place. I mean, I've done video calls with parents and stuff and people who I can't see in person very often. So I see their merit, but I'm just saying, like, you're at a grocery store and you're just like loudly having a video call with someone while you're trying to do other things. I don't know. That's their life, whatever. But it's just weird to me. Maybe it's just that everyone has this like chronic newfound loneliness, not just because of pandemic stuff, but like I think the world is getting lonelier. More people are getting more distant. So we use technology as much as we can to feel like people are as real as they can be without them actually being in the same room as you. Just like VR and VR chat and all that. Like I feel like being with someone in VR is as close to being with someone as you can get with current technology without being in the same room as them. I think that kind of tech is only going to get more advanced. Feeling of virtual presence. Like it's if you've never done it before, like you in general, um, it's surprisingly convincing on your brain. It doesn't matter what model, it doesn't need to be a realistic looking character that someone has that they're using in VR. It's just the way they move does something to your brain that makes you think this person is here. This is a real person. And they feel like they're there. Even people who've been in VR chat for thousands of hours still have moments where you get caught off guard because you're like you reach out to like touch someone or you accidentally bump into them in VR and you're like, "Oh shoot, I'm sorry." And then you remember, "Oh, you're not actually here." Like I'll never forget the first time I had like a genuine sad moment where you kind of felt like that little spike inside you, like when you come to the realization that something makes you feel really sad. Was there was someone long ago that I was getting pretty close to. I really liked talking to. We spent a lot of time together online, and this was many years back. And we were in a multiplayer VR thing together. We were watching like live music play. And this is I was just pretty new to VR. Like, oh, this is so awesome. Like it feels like I'm just actually, with this person who's in reality is really, really far away. And we were just like laying on the ground watching all the cool like special effects and all that. And the show was over and we were just kind of talking back and forth for a while. And they're like, all right, well, I gotta go. And then boom, they just logged out and they were gone. And I was just like, oh, person was never actually here. Like I reached a point where I forgot that they weren't actually in the room with me, and it made me feel so sad. It's like I've been completely fooled by this illusion and thinking this person's here, and then just in an instant they're gone. Like, uh I mean, would talk to them later, and the whole other story would end up happening between us. But that's a whole other thing. But just that moment was so profound to me, and I'll never forget that. It was like my first exposure to like VR is powerful. If it could make me feel that. Like I'm someone who's done so much in digital worlds, like nothing phases me anymore. But that really phased me. So, uh, we're only gonna see more of that. Yeah, that's a good emote, that Walter White one. That's exactly how it feels. Don't have any videos related to VR presence at the moment. How about looks outside as the sun starts to rise? Let's just watch this little mood piece on shortwave oddities. And I know that almost all of these are. So they're not quite as creepy to me, but just the way these things sound is usually enough to be creepy. Oh, catch up, you guys are saying. There's saying thieves use easiest targets are the hardest to steal. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, when you see in VR, like when people are getting very close with one another, and it kind of feels like real life. You're like, oh, I should like leave them alone, go to another room, where like you can easily teleport out into another place, and these two people aren't in the same room. They're hundreds of miles away probably. You're hundreds of miles away probably. And it's just this weird collective illusion that we've all bought into that triggers your like internal social behaviors. And I mean that's what makes VR chat so interesting too. It's like it's hard to sell people on VR chat because when you Google VR chat, all you see are just giant boob anime girls and people doing annoying pranks on each other. And he's like, that's it. But like if you've never used VR chat, I really recommend going in with someone who has spent a lot of time in it so they can bring you to the places that make it appealing. Hello to Cookie and good morning. Yeah, my streams usually go over to they'll start when people go to sleep and then my stream ends around the time people are waking up. So it's like a weird crossover. I might skip around in this video so I don't have to watch the whole 15 minutes, but here's just a cool collection of oddities. Euro Asia friendly streamer, I guess unintentionally. Yeah, in Australia, what is it like 7 p.m. right now or something? And then around Europe is roughly like noon. Oh, you're in Korea. I forgot about that. 9 p.m. Okay. In Australia, 10:52 on Melbourne. Eastern Daylight Time. Yeah, I'm in Minnesota, so central. I do think it's magical that with all of the weird thing to say, but with all of the differences that cultures and humans have between one another all around the world, that we've somehow all agreed that the minute of the time is like a universal constant. We may have different hours, but we somehow have all agreed that it is 53 minutes right now. Like, what a nice thing to have consistent. Imagine how weird it would be if we all had the same time. There were no time zones, and you would have to be like, oh, well, my 8 a.m. is usually at night. Well, your 8 a.m. is usually in the day. So it's just like how strange it would be to live that kind of world. Like you would have no assumptions about what the light conditions are like outside for any given time. Are there really states that have 30-minute offsets? What? How am I not aware of that? India has a time zone that's 30 minutes off. Well, that's just annoying. Huh. Well, I take back what I said. No. For the most part, it's interesting that we can almost everyone can share the same minute. I like the way this is presented too. It's not just some tuber coming up and like, "Hey, what is up, you guys? I found some really weird things on the radio. Like, wow, it's really creepy. Don't forget to hit the right." You know, it's not like it's all put together in a nice, immersive way. And these are real.
Achtung, Achtung, 3, 9, 4, 8, 5, 3.
Because I should sort of preface this. Maybe we've reached a point in history where some people might not be aware of what kind of radio we're talking about here. Like these are all things like a radio in your car, where if you're just scanning through the stations and you go through a certain area or the signals are bouncing in just the right way, that you might come across one of these sounds that would just play. And this is a wide range of things they're playing here. And they usually pick certain sounds, like this drums and trumpets things, as a way of alerting the person who the message is for that they've tuned in to the correct station. And then whatever follows is the information that they're waiting for. And it's always encoded in some way. Um, and a lot of times, if it's a number station, they will regularly broadcast every day for short amounts of time so that it's if the moment comes when they actually deliver a message, that it's not an oddity that they're broadcasting, because they've always broadcasted at this time. So it's up to the recipient to be aware of what's important and what isn't. And there have been actual stories too of like a Russian secret agent that was arrested in Germany, I think in like the early 2000s. And they were found with shortwave radio equipment and decoding software while it was tuned to a station. So that's like pretty much confirmation that these are spy related things. And people have the physical hardware used to broadcast these number stations and stuff too. So they are definitely a thing. This isn't like some conspiracy theory these all actually exist. So the only mystery surrounding all this is what exactly is being said in these messages. Um, so yeah, just imagine you're in your car radio and then suddenly you hear one of these things start playing.
Группе 2, 4, 3, 9, 5, 9, 4, 3, 9, 5, 9, 4,
Oh yeah, why radios when we have phones? Yeah, exactly what Dringus says is that's the beauty of radio is or analog radio is that uh anyone can be listening to radio signals. And you have no idea who's listening. You can kind of guess where a signal is being broadcast from, but you have no way of knowing who's listening. Whereas a phone, there are so many networks all set up that like every call from any cell phone can be traced back to something. There's just a big footprint left behind from anything that a cell phone does. Whereas a radio, you wouldn't know if nobody's listening or 50,000 people. You have no way of knowing. So that's kind of the reason why they're still used to this day. In fact, when the whole Russia Ukraine thing was going on, that all of the number station enthusiast places were just like booming with activity because Russia started booting up a bunch of old number station technology. And there was a lot more activity than normal. So this stuff is still being used today. It's not all antiquated. Most of it is, but some is still. So for ones like that, that it sounds like a very intentionally strange sound, more often than not, it's a called a digital mode, where it's a way of sending information over airwaves through sound. And that kind of sounded like, what is it? ESK? Phase shift keying? So it's like sound can be created by a computer in such a precise way that you can play with different properties of sound and encode messages, data or whatever, in these specific properties of sound, throw them over the air, and a receiving computer can take that information and decode it back into a message again. And they often, because it's the sound we're talking about, and they often sound really weird because they're not designed to be heard by the human ear. They're designed to be heard by a computer of some kind or some radio system. Um, that's why like Morse code is one. That's actually one that's meant to be heard by the human ear. But when you get into things like teletype, which kind of sounds like water because it's just two frequencies really rapidly jumping back and forth to one another. It's like or it kind of sounds like that, but that is not meant to be interpreted by the ear. It's where a computer can count the exact pattern of how many times the one tone versus the second tone was, and it knows that every this many frequencies it cuts it, or this many tones it cuts it off, and then it interprets that group and then cuts it off, and then it's that group, and yeah, just like dial up internet is just all these screeches and things they mean something to a computer because like maybe they're playing with amplitude, maybe they're playing with phase or frequency. There's so many properties that you can encode. uh you guess they're mostly female broadcasters because a lot of them are off at men were off at war. There is a whole story about it where there's a woman who is known as being like the woman of number stations or something because her samples of her voice speaking were used to produce a lot of the female voice that is heard on stations. So they're really early on, they would have a live broadcaster that would just say numbers into a microphone in real time. But they realized that that is a big security flaw because not only could that person be identified, but the way in which they speak could be identified. There's just so many ways, just tiny little things that you can take out of someone's speech patterns that could compromise security. So it's safer and more anonymous for everyone to reuse the same voice clips. You can't narrow down who's using these. Like it was even known that like Russian number stations back in the day would use German speech to help disguise the fact that it was coming from Russian military or something like that. Like they would purposely do all these things to throw people off the trail. Um, and yeah, there is a little video that covers the woman whose voice was recorded for a lot of these stations. Seen the crusty footage of the surface of the asteroid. Upload the news channel uploaded gives a really eerie ambience and makes it sound like you're watching some like recovered scrap footage of a Victorian space program. That's kind of an interesting thing too. Is I'm pretty confident this is the case, but when you get these videos out, people like this is the sound of Jupiter, or like this is the sound of the surface of Mars, or this is the sound of like the bottom of the ocean. Um, a lot of times, well, in the case of space, they take like visual data or some kind of data that isn't an audio recording and they turn it into audio to kind of give you a feeling of like what the data sounds like. Maybe these days it's a little more accurate because a lot of times like to try to send very high quality audio from Mars to Earth, it like requires a lot of technology that I don't know is fully there. So they use different forms of data to interpret what things might sound like, and then it ends up sounding really creepy because it's not a real recording, it's data being turned into sound from a computer. I don't know about the authenticity of it saying like this is what the surface of an asteroid sounds like. Probably taking some other data and making it sound. Yeah, like there's a famous example of what was it? The bloop or some oddity where people are like, "Oh, you hear this really creepy sound? This is recorded in the ocean somewhere and it's people think it's of an unknown species of prehistoric animal that lives down there and nothing known currently known to exist and produce this sound," which ended up just being that, oh, well, the audio was actually what was it? It was like low wave radio signals sent between submarines or something like that that happens to sound like a whale call because the thing with like radio signals is that depending on what the signal has to go through, you use different frequencies, and submarines are known for using extremely low frequency signals because it has to pass through water, which has different properties than radio that go through the air, and different frequencies react differently to layers of the atmosphere. That's why someone in America can theoretically listen to someone broadcasting in Australia because of how short waves, a certain band frequencies, bounce off of the ionosphere of our atmosphere. So, while most signals leave the atmosphere and just go into space forever, like TV satellite signals do that. They just leave as soon as they're shot in the Earth or off of Earth. But short waves hit the electrified layer and they bounce back down. And then they bounce off the Earth again and then back down again. And they just keep going. And that's why they follow the curve of the Earth. Like with my own shortwave radio, I recorded uh, an Australian guy here in central US. And I had kind of a weak radio too, but it's just the properties of that specific frequency allows for that to happen. But the bloop was something like a shift play. Yeah, the bloop in particular, I think, was something like that. So you're probably right. But this kind of thing happens a lot where you get like really spooky audio that ends up just being not at all of the story that people put on top of it to make it sound spookier. Oh yeah, China has a lot of shortwave radios. They're actually one of the biggest broadcasters of shortwave stations because of, well, they jam signals constantly. Like if you're using a shortwave radio, something called an SDR, a software defined radio, it's you can use a website to access someone's radio station in another country and you can tune it to wherever you want and you can have like 50 people using it at the same time. And there's a website called like websdr.com, I think, where you can find these. But anyway, when you scan through the shortwaves, you'll find lots of Chinese jammers that are trying to block outside countries from their signals getting into China. They just like don't want any like American or European stations getting into the country, so they actively broadcast their own signal to counteract it so people in the country can't listen to it. So it's not to stop others from listening in, it's their own people hearing outside. And some of the reasoning for that is it's not like, oh, government secrets or anything. It's because one of the biggest users of shortwave radio these days are uh Christian like missionary group. There's so many preachers on the radio on shortwave, and they're mostly broadcasting over continents like Africa, where a lot of Africa still uses shortwaves because it's a cheap method. And when you don't have a big infrastructure for like FM and AM radio and stuff. Shortwave is something that like the average person can put together, so it's effective. Um, and there's like, yeah, just censorship and all that in general, not wanting outside news networks reporting in your country. They're probably going to be saying things that your country doesn't agree with. Yeah, that was a thing too with the Ukraine invasion, is that a lot of these shortwave radio enthusiast groups, like I was saying, they just went crazy because there was so much material to work from that they found that a lot of the military, of the Russian military, were just using regular radio, like unencrypted signals to give military positions. It's like the least amount of security possible in a radio signal. You could literally just tune your home radio to a certain station and you could hear military orders. And I'm guessing that was probably people not getting adequate training, or I don't know. But there's all in local radio operators were jamming Russian military radio with like meme music and stuff. They're trying to block all these frequencies so that they couldn't communicate to each other, or they would like interfere and try to confuse the conversations that we're having. There's recordings of all this online if people care about hearing that. I'm not going to play that here, but if you're interested, look up like shortwave radio, Russian invasion. Well, here's more mystery. To say, because the buzzer came up. Buzzer has kind of become like the mascot of number stations because that one reached like mainstream videos. I think some big YouTuber covered it, but was this video made? Oh, 2013. Oh, geez, I didn't know this was this old. Just like a couple of years ago, a lot has been learned about the buzzer. I don't remember the exact details, but it was like people found the original Russian documentation on like operation of the buzzer. It was from some like former Russian radio operator that it was weird. Like they found the exact bunker that the buzzer was broadcast from. Like more is known about that station than like any other number station. So if you're interested in learning a lot about that particular one, just search like buzzer number station new information or something like that. And it's a pretty interesting topic, but if you hear that sound, like there's been some spooky games that try to include that sound because that's now like a mainstream. Reminds you of how German radio frequency that would play funny polytone music and you tuned into it as kids for a laugh. Yeah, it definitely could have been some kind of encoded message. If it's seemingly random tones like do 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 like crazy bus music, it's probably some kind of polytone thing. That's what's tricky with a lot of these number stations too, is that you don't know, like it's relatively easy for a country, especially the military of a country, to come up with some proprietary system that can't be decoded. People hear about number stations and you hear about like all the mystery surrounding them and they're like, well, what do they say? And then most of the time it's like nobody knows because that's the whole point is that they're secret. And that's what also makes them interesting is like these aren't puzzles waiting for someone to solve. This is an actual encrypted message that you are not supposed to know. That makes it different than like, when you're playing an ARG, like some a bunch of random letters in a game and then you find a word and then the word you can use it with random letters and it turns into a message. Like those are flawed by design. Whereas what we're listening to now, most of these things are not meant to be solved and meant for specific hardware to listen to and decode. And I have a lot of like digital radio mode interpreting software where some of these I might be able to get information out of, But once you get that information, it's usually encrypted. So when you hear like a polytone thing, it usually just equates to series of numbers, and then you have no idea what to do with the numbers. And then, but whoever's meant to receive that information would have software or some physical book or something on their end that would say what to do with those numbers. And you can't really brute force most of these. Like, they're broadcast this way for a reason because they're not easily understood by the average person intercepting it. Yeah. I didn't remember this part of the video. What does it say? T-H-A, oh, thank. Y-O, thank you. I-N-H, or wait. I-N-O-R, Inor. Then W-A-T-C? Oh, see, now the person that put this together, what a rookie mistake. Oh my God. Is this dot dot dash dot is F, but when you put a space in it and it continues on the second line, F turns into I, and then dash dot is N. This is thank you for watching. And I recommend these resources too. So if anyone is really into number stations or wants to learn more or listen to tons of recordings of real ones, the best websites around for that is priom.org. And priom, the Russian word for, I think, propagation, which is an important radio term. It describes how well a signal can travel through the air or whatever medium it's traveling through. So I'll put a link in chat. Oh, not that link. Well, this kind of link, priom.org, that has real-time schedules for number stations, so you can listen to them in real time using SDRs. An SDR, you can also just browse other radio stations as well. And then another good resource is the YouTube channel called the Conet Project. I don't know, Conet? I'll get a link to that. This just has a shit ton of archived recordings of real number stations. Well, the link I just put in chat is to a specific one, but just look at the channel and there will be other ones. Like Swedish Rhapsody is another mainstream number station. You've probably heard this one before. And I think the reason it's popular and is because the audio is really low quality, so it makes it that much creepier. A lot of people don't realize is like you can do these fine tuning kinds of things on a radio that will just warp voices and with low effort make stuff sound vastly creepier. So if you're not used to how radios work, you'd hear that and be like, "Oh my god, it's satanic." But and it has a nursery rhyme in it, which, you know, anything involving kids is creepy. It hasn't started yet. This is like taking it's reserving the airspace. I get the song stuck in my head all the time. And then when the voice starts talking, here, let's skip ahead. Then it gets distorted. Usually it's kind of a thing you hear a lot in number stations is when there's a huge repetition of zeros. That means that the transmission is ending. Like, yeah, it's like like they'll play 6 zeros in a row. Like in Russian stations, be like, null, 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 null. Because usually you wouldn't have that many numbers in the same in a row, so it's an indication that it's about to end. So if you're a spy, you can start packing your bags and leaving. But classic, only the classiest number station enthusiasts know this one. And it got popularity because of a Team Fortress 2 source filmmaker meme. So some of you might recognize this. Let's skip ahead.
39715. 39715. 39715. 39715. 39715. 39715. 397.
We're all being programmed. Yeah, it's like ice cream truck music.
39715. 39715.
Here's what I'm looking for.
394. 1 9 2 7 4 9 2 0 2 8.
And most number stations use an encryption method called a one-time pad. There's another word for it too, like someone's name. One-time pads. There's a method of encoding using randomly generated numbers. And back when this was in more frequent use, sorry, almost my noise gate was blocking so. Back when it was in more frequent use, that the military would pay companies that specialized in random number generation. Like we take it for granted these days that you could just go on the internet and like find, hey, give me a random number. And like it's weird. There's videos on this where it's how do computers generate something random? Because there's no such thing as randomness. It's always derived from something. But the way that they're created, like on computers, it has something to do with like if your computer generates a random number, it's using like the CPU, like a cycle or something that's like a value that changes at such an extremely rapid rate that by just sampling a single instance of whatever that measurement is, so unpredictable that it might as well be random. But technically, we're talking about military secrets that could compromise someone's security or change the tides of the war if it's encoded, that even or decoded, even the tiniest little flaws in a system like that, if a opposing army can figure out where your random numbers were generated, they could take apart whatever system you used and know how to predict the randomness. And then suddenly the security of your one-time pad cipher is broken because they can generate the same random numbers that you were generating. And then everything's broken, security compromised. There's a website that used precise measurements of air pressure as a random seed. Yeah, there's also a company that uses, now this is a weird one. They have a giant wall of lava lamps and something about how heat is transferred in a lava lamp is so random, XT, that they have a camera, like a thermal camera, looking at a wall of lava lamps, and it does like a sampling of different heat signatures of different lava lamps at certain times or at different times a day, and it somehow creates a reliable random seed or whatever out of that. Oh yeah, exactly, Mac. Yeah, like for speed running, when a video game claims to have a random chance of something, it never is because like the Nintendo 64, it uses some aspect of its hardware to create that number. So once it's figured out how randomness is created, you can predict exactly what's going to randomly be generated. Let's Oh, here's another classic. They're not going to have the jingle? Oh, here we go. This is the sister station of the Lincolnshire Poacher. This is the one related to it somehow. Okay, well, that's that. Apparently, that station's called Cherry Ripe. I don't know if we have any old British people in chat, but from what I understand, Cherry Ripe is a theme song of a like old Andy that used to be on radio or something. Something that would be memorable to British people, I guess. I've never heard that jingle before. Sometimes when you hyperfixate on something, you can start to feel the randomness. I think there's truth to that. Like nothing is ever truly random except um sporks and penguins. Cherry Ripe is a chocolate, raspberry, and coconut bar here. Oh, so it is still around. Okay. Wait, they call it Cherry Ripe and it's raspberry? What a lie. When we're talking about modular synth, I like to try to have some low consistency with what is being shown stream as to not be too jarring of a I know nobody actually cares, but I like to pretend like people do. Um, and Total War or Warhammer Total War. Oh, to prevent save scumming on certain actions in the game, the outcome is determined by calculations based on preceding events. So reloading and trying again has the same outcome. Yeah, I remember Harvest Moon on the N64. One of the most game-breaking things that I ever learned about it was if you save your game right before a horse race, you can go and see what horse is going to win that day and then restart your save and then go and bet all of your money on that one horse and then you can like quadruple the amount of money that you have. Such a funny flaw because it would reliably randomly generate who's going to win. So we were talking about um, VCV rack and like modular audio production and stuff like that. One of these days, I might do a stream trying to just make some cool sounds, but this particular setup, this patch, as they're called, I thought sounded so good. And this is the French guy I was talking about, where he's like, "Oh yes." I want to create a pad that sounds kind of like this because I love the way this sounds. Hopefully, this isn't too loud. Let me see. So he's playing this with a physical keyboard, like a musical keyboard. And everything you see here, if you don't know what like modular synths are, these are all a recreation of like physical things that you would have in real life, all these little knobs and all that. It's just taking an electrical signal from one place, going in one module, going out the other, into another, out the other. So it's just a big chain of audio passed through all these things and it eventually makes its way to the output, which is like your computer speakers in the end. It's all about processing a sound in so many different ways, splitting it up, changing properties of it, joining it back together, extending it, duplicating it, doing all these crazy things until you can create a desired outcome. So this is one that I really like the sound of. This is made from like the most basic of computer sounds, like a sine wave, a square wave, just like the simplest beeps and boops that computers have been able to produce since like the 60s or whatever.
Let's see. Oh man. Very nice, very nice. Now I know this is a big patch, but you can also sample this and add to your patches as samples, or even record a few notes and create an instrument out of it with something like Contact, for example. You can create many other sounds with this setup, so I hope you enjoyed this video. Have fun and cheers.
I'll try to find a moment where he's like, oh yes. I think he does in this video. I think he's repeating the same position. Anyway, was gorgeous. I know this is what everyone always says, but it's not as I've learned that it's not as complicated as it looks. Just like if you open up software like Photoshop or something that you've never used and you're like, "Oh my God, there's so much here." Like you come to realize that most people only use a tiny portion of everything that you see available to you. So when you look at this, it looks like a big mess of wires everywhere because it is, but it's he's only using a tiny amount of the total things here. These are just all the possibilities. Um, and if you watch any video like Intro to Modular Synth, there's a lot of good videos that break it down about how it all works. Usually just it's like it starts with, well, you can kind of see like in this video.
I would not use the internal envelope. It will just another one, cables, module from VCV, and set up my keyboard. In my case, I have the Impact 88. And I will use also polyphony, just so we can play, of course, a few notes at the same time. I will use 8 voices. You can set it up differently if you want. So now if I connect the volt per octave to the FM operator and also the gate, you can see also that the cables are thicker. That means that it's polyphonic. We will use the sum module from VCV just so we can sum the polyphonic signals into a monophonic one.
And this particular tutorial is going under the implication that you, or the assumption that you already know about how a lot of this works. Let's see if we can get any, oh yeah.
The output for the here again, we can have the cam maybe 7.8. Let's see. Movement. Another thing of the LFO. Each layer, this will be from the MIDI module, and you will see just to the VCS volume. Very nice.
Don't say the thing.